It has always developed by the use of those cultural achievements which he has found ready to hand around him. The process has never been the reverse. For, though among the Jews the instinct of self-preservation has not been weaker, but has been much stronger than among other peoples, and though the impression may easily be created that the intellectual powers of the Jew are at least equal to those of other races, the Jews completely lack the most essential prerequisite of a cultural people, namely, the idealistic spirit. With the Jewish people, the readiness for sacrifice does not extend beyond the simple instinct of individual preservation. In their case, the feeling of racial solidarity which they apparently manifest is nothing but a very primitive, gregarious instinct, similar to that which may be found among other organisms in this world. It is a remarkable fact that this herd instinct brings individuals together for mutual protection, only as long as there is a common danger which makes mutual assistance expedient or inevitable. The same pack of wolves which a moment ago joined together in a common attack on their victim will dissolve into individual wolves as soon as their hunger has been satisfied. This is also sure of horses, which unite to defend themselves against any aggressor, but separate the moment the danger is over. It is much the same with the Jew. His spirit of sacrifice is only apparent. It manifests itself only so long as the existence of the individual makes this a matter of absolute necessity. But as soon as the common foe is conquered, and the danger which threatened the individual Jews is overcome, and the prey secured, then the apparent harmony disappears, and the original conditions set in again. Jews act in concord only when a common danger threatens them, or a common prey attracts them. Where these two motives no longer exist, then the most brutal egotism appears, and these people who before had lived together in unity will turn into a swarm of rats that bitterly fight against each other. If the Jews were the only people in the world, they would be wallowing in filth and mire, and would exploit one another and try to exterminate one another in a bitter struggle, except in so far as their utter lack of the ideal of sacrifice, which shows itself in their cowardly spirit, would prevent this struggle from developing. Therefore it would be a complete mistake to interpret the mutual help which the Jews render one another when they have to fight, or, to put it more accurately, to exploit their fellow being, as the expression of a certain idealistic spirit of sacrifice. Here again, the Jew merely follows the call of his individual egotism. That is why the Jewish state, which ought to be a vital organization to serve the purpose of preserving or increasing the race, has absolutely no territorial boundaries. For the territorial delimitation of a state always demands a certain idealism of spirit on the part of the race which forms that state, and especially a proper acceptance of the idea of work. A state which is territorially delimited cannot be established or maintained unless the general attitude towards work be a positive one. If this attitude be lacking, then the necessary basis of a civilization is also lacking. That is why the Jewish people, despite the intellectual powers with which they are apparently endowed, have not a culture, certainly not a culture of their own. The culture which the Jew enjoys today is the product of the work of others, and this product is debased in the hands of the Jew. In order to form a correct judgment of the place which the Jew holds in relation to the whole problem of human civilization, we must bear in mind the essential fact that there never has been any Jewish art, and consequently that nothing of this kind exists today. We must realize that especially in those two royal domains of art, namely architecture and music, the Jew has done no original creative work. When the Jew comes to producing something in the field of art, he merely bowdlerizes something already in existence, or simply steals the intellectual word of others. The Jew essentially lacks those qualities which are characteristic of those creative races that are the founders of civilization. To what extent the Jew appropriates the civilization built up by others, or rather corrupts it, to speak more accurately, is indicated by the fact that he cultivates chiefly the art which calls for the smallest amount of original invention, namely the dramatic art. And even here he is nothing better than a kind of juggler, or perhaps, more correctly speaking, a kind of monkey imitator, for in this domain also he lacks the creative élan which is necessary for the production of all really great work. Even here, therefore, he is not a creative genius, but rather a superficial imitator, who, in spite of all his retouching and tricks, cannot disguise the fact that there is no inner vitality in the shape he gives his products. At this juncture, the Jewish press comes in and renders friendly assistance by shouting hosannas above the head of even the most ordinary bungler of a Jew, until the rest of the world is stampeded into thinking that the object of so much praise must really be an artist, whereas in reality he may be nothing more than a low-class mimic. No, the Jews have not the creative abilities which are necessary to the founding of a civilization, for in them there is not, and never has been, that spirit of idealism which is an absolutely necessary element in the higher development of mankind. Therefore the Jewish intellect will never be constructive, but always destructive. At best it may serve as a stimulus in rare cases, but only within the meaning of the poet's lines. The power which always wills the bad, and always works the good. Kraft, die stets das Böse, will uns stets das Gute schaff. It is not through his help, but in spite of his help, that mankind makes any progress. Since the Jew has never had a state which was based on territorial delimitations, and therefore never a civilization of his own, the idea arose that we were here dealing with a people who had to be considered as nomads. That is a great and mischievous mistake. The true nomad does actually possess a definite delimited territory where he lives. It is merely that he does not cultivate it, as the settled farmer does, but that he lives on the products of his herds, with which he wanders over his domain. The natural reason for this mode of existence is to be found in the fact that the soil is not fertile, and that it does not give the steady produce which makes a fixed abode possible. Outside of this natural cause, however, there is a more profound cause, namely, that no mechanical civilization is at hand to make up for the natural poverty of the region in question. There are territories where the Aryan can establish fixed settlements by means of the technical skill which he has developed in the course of more than 1,000 years, even though these territories would otherwise have to be abandoned, unless the Aryan were willing to wander about them in nomadic fashion. But his technical tradition, and his age-long experience of the use of technical means, would probably make the nomadic life unbearable for him. We ought to remember that during the first period of American colonization, numerous Aryans earned their daily livelihood as trappers and hunters, etc., frequently wandering about in large groups with their women and children, their mode of existence very much resembling that of ordinary nomads. The moment, however, that they grew more numerous, and were able to accumulate larger resources, they cleared the land and drove out the aborigines, at the same time establishing settlements which rapidly increased all over the country. The Aryan himself was probably at first a nomad, and became a settler in the course of ages. But yet he was never of the Jewish kind. The Jew is not a nomad, for the nomad has already a definite attitude towards the concept of work, and this attitude served as the basis of a later cultural development when the necessary intellectual conditions were at hand. There is a certain amount of idealism in the general attitude of the nomad, even though it be rather primitive. His whole character may, therefore, be foreign to Aryan feeling, but it will never be repulsive. But not even the slightest trace of idealism exists in the Jewish character. The Jew has never been a nomad, but always a parasite, battening on the substance of others. If he occasionally abandoned regions where he had hitherto lived, he did not do it voluntarily. He did it because from time to time he was driven out by people who were tired of having their hospitality abused by such guests. Jewish self-expansion is a parasitic phenomenon, since the Jew is always looking for new pastures for his race.
File 65.
But this has nothing to do with nomadic life as such, because the Jew does not ever think of leaving a territory which he has once occupied. He sticks where he is with such tenacity that he can hardly be driven out even by superior physical force. He expands into new territories only when certain conditions for his existence are provided therein. But even then, unlike the nomad, he will not change his former abode. He is and remains a parasite, a sponger, who, like a pernicious bacillus, spreads over wider and wider areas according as some favourable area attracts him. The effect produced by his presence is also like that of the vampire, for wherever he establishes himself, the people who grant him hospitality are bound to be bled to death sooner or later. Thus the Jew has at all times lived in states that have belonged to other races, and within the organization of those states he had formed a state of his own, which is, however, hidden behind the mask of a religious community, as long as external circumstances do not make it advisable for this community to declare its true nature. As soon as the Jew feels himself sufficiently established in his position to be able to hold it without a disguise, he lifts the mask and suddenly appears in the character which so many did not formerly believe or wish to see, namely, that of the Jew. The life which the Jew lives as a parasite, thriving on the substance of other nations and states, has resulted in developing that specific character which Schopenhauer once described when he spoke of the Jew as the great master of lies. The kind of existence which he leads forces the Jew to the systematic use of falsehood, just as naturally as the inhabitants of northern climates are forced to wear warm clothes. He can live among other nations and states only as long as he succeeds in persuading them that the Jews are not a distinct people, but the representatives of a religious faith, who thus constitute a religious community, though this be of a peculiar character. As a matter of fact, however, this is the first of his great falsehoods. He is obliged to conceal his own particular character and mode of life, that he may be allowed to continue his existence as a parasite among the nations. The greater the intelligence of the individual Jew, the better will he succeed in deceiving others. His success in this line may even go so far that the people who grant him hospitality may be led to believe that the Jew among them is a genuine Frenchman, for instance, or Englishman, or German, or Italian, who just happens to belong to a religious denomination which is different from that prevailing in these countries. Especially in circles concerned with the executive administration of the state, where the officials generally only have a minimum of historical sense, the Jew is able to impose his infamous deception with comparative ease. In these circles, independent thinking is considered a sin against the sacred rules according to which official promotion takes place. It is therefore not surprising that even today in the Bavarian government offices, for example, there is not the slightest suspicion that the Jews form a distinct nation themselves, and are not merely the adherents of a confession, though one glance at the press which belongs to the Jews ought to furnish sufficient evidence to the contrary, even for those who possess only the smallest degree of intelligence. The Jewish Echo, however, is not an official gazette, and therefore not authoritative in the eyes of those government potentates. Jewry has always been a nation of a definite racial character, and never differentiated merely by the fact of belonging to a certain religion. At a very early date, urged on by the desire to make their way in the world, the Jews began to cast about for a means whereby they might distract such attention as might prove inconvenient for them. What could be more effective, and at the same time more above suspicion, than to borrow and utilize the idea of the religious community? Here, also, everything is copied, or rather stolen, for the Jew could not possess any religious institution which had developed out of his own consciousness, seeing that he lacks every kind of idealism, which means that belief in a life beyond this terrestrial existence is foreign to him. In the Aryan mind, no religion can ever be imagined unless it embodies the conviction that life, in some form or other, will continue after death. As a matter of fact, the Talmud is not a book that lays down principles according to which the individual should prepare for the life to come. It only furnishes rules for a practical and convenient life in this world. The religious teaching of the Jews is principally a collection of instructions for maintaining the Jewish blood pure, and for regulating intercourse between Jews and the rest of the world. That is to say, their relation with non-Jews. But the Jewish religious teaching is not concerned with moral problems. It is rather concerned with economic problems, and very petty ones at that. In regard to the moral value of the religious teaching of the Jews, there exist, and always have existed, quite exhaustive studies, not from the Jewish side, for whatever the Jews have written on this question has naturally always been of a tendentious character, which show up the kind of religion that the Jews have in a light that makes it look very uncanny to the Aryan mind. The Jew himself is the best example of the kind of product which this religious training evolves. His life is of this world only, and his mentality is as foreign to the true spirit of Christianity as his character was foreign to the great founder of this new creed 2,000 years ago. And the founder of Christianity made no secret indeed of his estimation of the Jewish people. When he found it necessary, he drove those enemies of the human race out of the temple of God, because then, as always, they used religion as a means of advancing their commercial interests. But at that time Christ was nailed to the cross for his attitude towards the Jews, whereas our modern Christians enter into party politics, and when elections are being held, they debase themselves to beg for Jewish votes. They even enter into political intrigues with the atheistic Jewish parties against the interests of their own Christian nation. On this first and fundamental lie, the purpose of which is to make people believe that Jewry is not a nation but a religion, other lies are subsequently based. One of those further lies, for example, is in connection with the language spoken by the Jew. For him, language is not an instrument for the expression of his inner thoughts, but rather a means of cloaking them. When talking French, his thoughts are Jewish, and when writing German rhymes, he only gives expression to the character of his own race. As long as the Jew has not succeeded in mastering other peoples, he is forced to speak their language, whether he likes it or not. But the moment that the world would become the slave of the Jew, it would have to learn some other language, Esperanto, for example, so that by this means the Jew could dominate all the more easily. How much the whole existence of this people is based on a permanent falsehood is proved in a unique way by the protocols of the elders of Zion, which are so violently repudiated by the Jews. With groans and moans, the Frankfurter Zeitung repeats again and again that these are forgeries. This alone is evidence in favour of their authenticity. What many Jews unconsciously wish to do is here clearly set forth. It is not necessary to ask out of what Jewish brain these revelations sprang, but what is of vital interest is that they disclose, with an almost terrifying precision, the mentality and methods of action characteristic of the Jewish people, and these writings expound in all their various directions the final aims towards which the Jews are striving. The study of real happenings, however, is the best way of judging the authenticity of those documents. If the historical developments which have taken place within the last few centuries be studied in the light of this book, we shall understand why the Jewish press necessarily repudiates and denounces it. For the Jewish peril will be stamped out the moment the general public comes into possession of that book and understand it. In order to get to know the Jew properly, it is necessary to study the road which he has been following among the other peoples during the last few centuries. One example will suffice to give a clear insight here. Since his career has been the same at all epochs, just as the people at whose expense he has lived have remained the same, for the purposes of making the requisite analysis, it will be best to mark his progress by stages. For the sake of simplicity, we shall indicate these stages by letters of the alphabet. The first Jews came into what was then called Germania during the period of the Roman invasion, and as usual they came as merchants. During the turmoil caused by the great migrations of the German tribes, the Jews seem to have disappeared. We may therefore consider the period when the Germans formed the first political communities as the beginning of that process whereby Central and Northern Europe was again, and this time permanently, Judaized. A development began which has always been the same or similar wherever and whenever Jews came into contact with Aryan peoples.
File 66.
A. As soon as the first permanent settlements had been established, the Jew was suddenly there. He arrived as a merchant, and in the beginning did not trouble to disguise his nationality. He still remained openly a Jew, partly, it may be, because he knew too little of the language. It may also be that people of other races refused to mix with him, so that he could not very well adopt any other appearance than that of a foreign merchant. Because of his subtlety and cunning, and the lack of experience on the part of the people whose guest he became, it was not to his disadvantage openly to retain his Jewish character. They may even have been advantageous to him, for the foreigner was received kindly. B. Slowly but steadily he began to take part in the economic life around him. Not as a producer, however, but only as a middleman. His commercial cunning, acquired through thousands of years of negotiation as an intermediary, made him superior in this field to the Aryans, who were still quite ingenuous, and indeed clumsy, and whose honesty was unlimited, so that after a short while commerce seemed destined to become a Jewish monopoly. The Jew began by lending out money at usurious interest, which is a permanent trade of his. It was he who first introduced the payment of interest on borrowed money. The danger which this innovation involved was not at first recognized. Indeed, the innovation was welcomed, because it offered momentary advantages. C. At this stage the Jew had become firmly settled down. That is to say, he inhabited special sections of the cities and towns, and had his own quarter in the market-places. Thus he gradually came to form a state within a state. He came to look upon the commercial domain and all money transactions as a privilege belonging exclusively to himself, and he exploited it ruthlessly. D. At this stage, finance and trade had become his complete monopoly. Finally, his usurious rate of interest aroused opposition, and the increasing impudence which the Jew began to manifest all round stirred up popular indignation, while his display of wealth gave rise to popular envy. The cup of his iniquity became full to the brim when he included landed property among his commercial wares, and degraded the soil to the level of a market commodity. Since he himself never cultivated the soil, but considered it an object to be exploited, on which the peasant may still remain, but only on condition that he submits to the most heartless exactions of his new master, public antipathy against the Jew steadily increased, and finally turned into open animosity. His extortionate tyranny became so unbearable that people rebelled against his control and used physical violence against him. They began to scrutinize this foreigner somewhat more closely, and then began to discover the repulsive traits and characteristics inherent in him, until finally an abyss opened between the Jews and their hosts, across which abyss there could be no further contact. In times of distress, a wave of public anger has usually arisen against the Jew. The masses have taken the law into their own hands. They have seized Jewish property and ruined the Jew in their urge to protect themselves against what they consider to be a scourge of God. Having come to know the Jew intimately through the course of centuries, in times of distress they looked upon his presence among them as a public danger, comparable only to the plague. E. But then the Jew began to reveal his true character. He paid court to governments with servile flattery, used his money to ingratiate himself further, and thus regularly secured for himself once again the privilege of exploiting his victim. Although public wrath flared up against this eternal profiteer and drove him out, after a few years he reappeared in those same places, and carried on as before. No persecution could force him to give up his trade of exploiting other people, and no amount of harrying succeeded in driving him out permanently. He always returned after a short time, and it was always the old story with him. In an effort to save at least the worst from happening, legislation was passed which debarred the Jew from obtaining possession of the land. F. In proportion as the powers of kings and princes increased, the Jew sidled up to them. He begged for charters and privileges, which those gentlemen, who were generally in financial straits, gladly granted if they received adequate payment in return. However high the price he has to pay, the Jew will succeed in getting it back within a few years from operating the privilege he has acquired, even with interest and compound interest. He is a real leech, who clings to the body of his unfortunate victims, and cannot be removed, so that when the princes found themselves in need once again, they took the blood from his swollen veins with their own hands. This game was repeated unendingly. In the case of those who were called German princes, the part they played was quite as contemptible as that played by the Jew. They were a real scourge for their people. Their compeers may be found in some of the government ministers of our time. It was due to the German princes that the German nation could not succeed in definitely freeing itself from the Jewish peril. Unfortunately, the situation did not change at a later period. The princes finally received the reward which they had 1,000-fold deserved for all the crimes committed by them against their own people. They had allied themselves with Satan, and later on they discovered that they were in Satan's embrace. G. By permitting themselves to be entangled in the toils of the Jew, the princes prepared their own downfall. The position which they held among their people was slowly but steadily undermined, not only by their continued failure to guard the interests of their subjects, but by the positive exploitation of them. The Jew calculated exactly the time when the downfall of the princes was approaching, and did his best to hasten it. He intensified their financial difficulties by hindering them in the exercise of their duty towards their people, by inveigling them through the most servile flatteries into further personal display, whereby he made himself more and more indispensable to them. His astuteness, or rather his utter unscrupulousness, in money affairs, enabled him to exact new income from the princes, to squeeze the money out of them, and then have it spent as quickly as possible. Every court had its court Jews, as this plague was called, who tortured the innocent victims until they were driven to despair, while at the same time this Jew provided the means which the princes squandered on their own pleasures. It is not to be wondered at that these ornaments of the human race became the recipients of official honours, and were even admitted into the ranks of the hereditary nobility, thus contributing not only to expose that social institution to ridicule, but also to contaminate it from the inside. Naturally, the Jew could now exploit the position to which he had attained and push himself forward even more rapidly than before. Finally, he became baptized, and thus entitled to all the rights and privileges which belonged to the children of the nation on which he preyed. This was a high-class stroke of business for him, and he often availed himself of it, to the great joy of the Church, which was proud of having gained a new child in the faith, and also to the joy of Israel, which was happy at seeing the trick pulled off successfully. H. At this stage, a transformation began to take place in the world of Jewry. Up to now they had been Jews. That is to say, they did not hitherto set any great value on pretending to be something else. And anyhow, the distinctive characteristics which separated them from other races could not be easily overcome. Even as late as the time of Frederick the Great, nobody looked upon the Jews as other than a foreign people, and Goethe rose up in revolt against the failure legally to prohibit marriage between Christians and Jews. Goethe was certainly no reactionary, and no time-server. What he said came from the voice of the blood and the voice of reason. Notwithstanding the disgraceful happenings taking place in court circles, the people recognized instinctively that the Jew was the foreign body in their own flesh, and their attitude towards him was directed by recognition of that fact. But a change was now destined to take place. In the course of more than 1,000 years, the Jew had learned to master the language of his host so thoroughly that he considered he might now lay stress on his Jewish character and emphasize the Germanism a bit more. Though it must have appeared ridiculous and absurd at first sight, he was impudent enough to call himself a Teuton, which in this case meant a German. In that way began one of the most infamous impositions that can be imagined. The Jew did not possess the slightest traces of the German character. He had only acquired the art of twisting the German language to his own uses, and that in a disgusting way, without having assimilated any other feature of the German character. Therefore his command of the language was the sole ground on which he could pretend to be a German. It is not, however, by the tie of language, but exclusively by the tie of blood, that the members of a race are bound together. And the Jew himself knows this better than any other, seeing that he attaches so little importance to the preservation of his own language, while at the same time he strives his utmost to maintain his blood free from an intermixture with that of other races. A man may acquire and use a new language without much trouble, but it is only his old ideas that he expresses through the new language. His inner nature is not modified thereby. The best proof of this is furnished by the Jew himself. He may speak 1,000 tongues, and yet his Jewish nature will remain always one and the same. His distinguishing characteristics were the same when he spoke the Latin language at Ostia 2,000 years ago, as a merchant in grain, as they are today, when he tries to sell adulterated flour with the aid of his German gibberish. He is always the same Jew. That so obvious a fact is not recognized by the average head clerk in a German government department, or by an officer in the police administration, is also a self-evident and natural fact, since it would be difficult to find another class of people who are so lacking in instinct and intelligence as the civil servants employed by our modern German state authorities. The reason why, at the stage I am dealing with, the Jew so suddenly decided to transform himself into a German is not difficult to discover. He felt the power of the princes slowly crumbling, and therefore looked about to find a new social plank on which he might stand. Furthermore, his financial domination over all spheres of economic life had become so powerful that he felt he could no longer sustain that enormous structure, or add to it, unless he were admitted to the full enjoyment of the rights of citizenship. He aimed at both preservation and expansion, for the higher he could climb, the more alluring became the prospect of reaching the old goal, which was promised to him in ancient times, namely world rulership, and which he now looked forward to with feverish eyes, as he thought he saw it visibly approaching. Therefore all his efforts were now directed to becoming a fully fledged citizen, endowed with all civil and political rights. That was the reason for his emancipation from the ghetto.
File 67.
And thus the court Jew slowly developed into the national Jew. But naturally he still remained associated with persons in higher quarters, and he even attempted to push his way further into the inner circles of the ruling set. But at the same time, some other representatives of his race were currying favour with the people. If we remember the crimes the Jew had committed against the masses of the people in the course of so many centuries, how repeatedly and ruthlessly he exploited them, and how he sucked out even the very marrow of their substance, and when we further remember how they gradually came to hate him, and finally considered him as a public scourge, then we may well understand how difficult the Jew must have found this final transformation. Yes, indeed, it must tax all their powers to be able to present themselves as friends of humanity to the poor victims whom they have skinned raw. Therefore, the Jew began by making public amends for the crimes he had committed against the people in the past. He started his metamorphosis by first appearing as the benefactor of humanity. Since his new philanthropic policy had a very concrete aim in view, he could not very well apply to himself the biblical counsel not to allow the left hand to know what the right hand is giving. He felt obliged to let as many people as possible know how deeply the sufferings of the masses grieved him, and to what excesses of personal sacrifice he was ready to go in order to help them. With this manifestation of innate modesty, so typical of the Jew, he trumpeted his virtues before the world, until finally the world actually began to believe him. Those who refused to share this belief were considered to be doing him an injustice. Thus, after a little while, he began to twist things around, so as to make it appear that it was he who had always been wronged, and vice versa. There were really some particularly foolish people who could not help pitying this poor unfortunate creature of a Jew. Attention may be called to the fact that in spite of his proclaimed readiness to make personal sacrifices, the Jew never becomes poor thereby. He has a happy knack of always making both ends meet. Occasionally his benevolence might be compared to the manure which is not spread over the field merely for the purpose of getting rid of it, but rather with a view to future produce. Anyhow, after a comparatively short period of time, the world was given to know that the Jew had become a general benefactor and philanthropist. What a transformation! What is looked upon as more or less natural when done by other people, here became an object of astonishment, and even sometimes of admiration, because it was considered so unusual in a Jew. That is why he has received more credit for his acts of benevolence than ordinary mortals. And something more. The Jew became liberal all of a sudden, and began to talk enthusiastically of how human progress must be encouraged. Gradually he assumed the air of being the herald of a new age. Yet at the same time he continued to undermine the groundwork of that part of the economic system in which people have the most practical interest. He bought up stock in the various national undertakings, and thus pushed his influence into the circuit of national production, making this latter an object of buying and selling on the stock exchange, or rather what might be called the pawn in a financial game of chess, and thus ruining the basis on which personal proprietorship alone is possible. Only with the entrance of the Jew did that feeling of estrangement between employers and employees begin, which led at a later date to the political class struggle. Finally, the Jew gained an increasing influence in all economic undertakings by means of his predominance in the stock exchange. If not the ownership, at least he secured control of the working power of the nation. In order to strengthen his political position, he directed his efforts towards removing the barrier of racial and civic discrimination, which had hitherto hindered his advance at every turn. With characteristic tenacity, he championed the cause of religious tolerance for this purpose, and in the Freemason organization, which had fallen completely into his hands, he found a magnificent weapon which helped him to achieve his ends. Government circles, as well as the higher sections of the political and commercial bourgeoisie, fell a prey to his plans through his manipulation of the Masonic net, though they themselves did not even suspect what was happening. Only the people as such, or rather the masses which were just becoming conscious of their own power, and were beginning to use it in the fight for their rights and liberties, had hitherto escaped the grip of the Jew. At least his influence had not yet penetrated to the deeper and wider sections of the people. This was unsatisfactory to him. The most important phase of his policy was therefore to secure control over the people. The Jew realized that in his efforts to reach the position of public despot, he would need a peacemaker. And he thought he could find a peacemaker if he could whip in sufficient extensive sections of the bourgeois. But the Freemasons failed to catch the glove manufacturers and the linen weavers in the frail meshes of their net, and so it became necessary to find a grosser, and withal a more effective means. Thus another weapon beside that of the Freemasonry would have to be secured. This was the press. The Jew exercised all his skill and tenacity in getting hold of it. By means of the press, he began gradually to control public life in its entirety. He began to drive it along the road which he had chosen to reach his own ends, for he was now in a position to create and direct that force which, under the name of public opinion, is better known today than it was some decades ago. Simultaneously, the Jew gave himself the air of thirsting after knowledge. He lauded every phase of progress, particularly those phases which led to the ruin of others, for he judges all progress and development from the standpoint of the advantages which these bring to his own people. When it brings him no such advantages, he is the deadly enemy of enlightenment, and hates all culture which is real culture as such. All the knowledge which he acquires in the schools of others is exploited by him exclusively in the service of his own race. Even more watchfully than ever before, he now stood guard over his Jewish nationality. Though bubbling over with enlightenment, progress, liberty, humanity, etc., His first care was to preserve the racial integrity of his own people. He occasionally bestowed one of his female members on an influential Christian, but the racial stock of his male descendants was always preserved unmixed fundamentally. He poisons the blood of others, but preserves his own blood unadulterated. The Jew scarcely ever marries a Christian girl, but the Christian takes a Jewess to wife. The mongrels that are a result of this latter union always declare themselves on the Jewish side. Thus a part of the higher nobility, in particular, became completely degenerate. The Jew was well aware of this fact, and systematically used this means of disarming the intellectual leaders of the opposite race. To mask his tactics and fool his victims, he talks of the equality of all men, no matter what their race or colour may be. And the simpletons began to believe him. Since his whole nature still retains too foreign an odour for the broad masses of the people to allow themselves to be caught in his snare, he uses the press to put before the public a picture of himself which is entirely untrue to life, but well designed to serve his purpose. In the comic papers, special efforts are made to represent the Jews as an inoffensive little race, which, like all others, has its peculiarities. In spite of their manners, which may seem a bit strange, the comic papers present the Jews as fundamentally good-hearted and honest.
Medium, please.
Anything else for you tonight?
Can I get one brownie fudge blizzard, please?
What size would you like that?
Large, large.
Of course, anything else, my brother?
Thank you very much.
Anytime you can pull it through.
Goodbye, I will see you at the window.
For sure, my brother.
Bye bye. Medium, please.
Happy holidays from Kamala Harris and Tim Wall. I would say Christmas, but as my old Papa Jam would say, you can't say Christmas unless the whole neighborhood can eat the ham.
That's right, Kamala. Happy holidays from the Walls household. We try to be inclusive here, so we celebrate all the holidays at the same time. It's the old Walls family Quantica mess.
The holiday season, time of giving and togetherness. And there's people all over the United States who just can't afford to celebrate. They don't feel the holiday spirit. But don't worry, as a gift to the American people, we're giving another $50 billion to Ukraine. That way, they can wake up Christmas morning and feel the spirit of Santa Claus in their home.
Wow, that's one heck of a Christmas gift for the American people. Boy, Kamala, I'm excited to run with you in 2028. I think we learned from the mistakes we made in 2024. Obviously, we weren't poor enough. Next time, I'll make sure I have no money at all. Because that's what the American people want. They want masculinity. They want poverty. They want to know we're willing to give all their money away.
That's right, Tim. Do you know what people love most about the holidays?
No, what's that?
Coconuts.
Wow. I think I'm gonna have a celebratory holiday glass of tomato juice.
You go ahead, Tim. Just make sure to save some for me. My old Papa Jam would say, have enough tomato juice for the whole farm. Happy holidays from Kamala Harris and Tim Wall. I would say Christmas, but as my old Papa Jam would say, you can't say Christmas unless the whole neighborhood can eat the ham.
That's right, Kamala. Happy holidays from the Walls household. We try to be inclusive here, so we celebrate all the holidays at the same time. It's the old Walls family Quantica mess.
The holiday season, time of giving and togetherness. And there's people all over the United States who just can't afford to celebrate. They don't feel the holiday spirit. But don't worry, as a gift to the American people, we're giving another $50 billion to Ukraine. That way, they can wake up Christmas morning and feel the spirit of Santa Claus in their home.
Wow, that's one heck of a Christmas gift for the American people. Boy, Kamala, I'm excited to run with you in 2028. I think we learned from the mistakes we made in 2024, obviously.
Oh no, I'm not brave enough for politics.
Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy!
Oh no, I'm not brave enough for politics.
Anakin, my
Have you been told you have it?
Them being our ally has made us enemies. And the sad part is, it's not sad actually. If Israel
too, that I love the intimacy here, and sometimes you just want to be an introvert. You can go outside and not be recognized and just have a great time.
See you guys later. Hi, my name's Marco Fuoco, and I'm a coppersmith here in Woodland, California. And my wife over here, this is Guinevere from Guinevere's Cafe and Bistro, and she's holding some fresh basil. And I want to show you the fashion that we just made. How you doing there, babe?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm so comfortable. It's just like being at home in here.
And inside of there, no cell phone waves will come through that, or no electronic waves, and it's good for meditation and prayer.
I'm at peace.
And what are you doing with the basil there, my dear?
You know, I've been picking it in harmony. There's just been no problem with the energy source around us.
And I just want to say, sometimes you might want to go out, you might want to go out to a restaurant or something or out in town, and when people know who you are. I'm making these copper helmets here in Woodland, California. Just contact us, 916-716-1624. Here in Woodland, California, I'm Marco Fuco, artist and coppersmith, and my beautiful wife, Guinevere from Guinevere's Cafe and Bistro.
I just want to let you know, too, that I love the intimacy here, and sometimes you just want to be an introvert. You can go outside and not be recognized and just have a great time.
See you guys later.
vulnerable. Attempts are generally made to make them appear insignificant rather than dangerous. During this phase of his progress, the chief goal of the Jew was the victory of democracy, or rather the supreme hegemony of the parliamentary system, which embodies his concept of democracy. This institution harmonizes best with his purposes, for thus the personal element is eliminated, and in its place we have the dunder-headed majority, inefficiency, and, last but by no means least, knavery. The final result must necessarily have been the overthrow of the monarchy, which had to happen sooner or later.
File 68.
J. A tremendous economic development transformed the social structure of the nation. The small artisan class slowly disappeared, and the factory worker, who took its place, had scarcely any chance of establishing an independent existence of his own, but sank more and more to the level of a proletariat. An essential characteristic of the factory worker is that he is scarcely ever able to provide for an independent source of livelihood which will support him in later life. In the true sense of the word, he is disinherited. His old age is a misery to him, and can hardly be called life at all. In earlier times, a similar situation had been created, which had imperatively demanded a solution, and for which a solution was found. Side by side with the peasant and the artisan, a new class was gradually developed, namely that of officials and employees, especially those employed in the various services of the state. They also were a disinherited class, in the true sense of the word, but the state found a remedy for this unhealthy situation by taking upon itself the duty of providing for the state official who could establish nothing that would be an independent means of livelihood for himself in his old age. Thus the system of pensions and retiring allowances was introduced. Private enterprises slowly followed this example in increasing numbers, so that today every permanent non-manual worker receives a pension in his later years, if the firm which he has served is one that has reached or gone beyond a certain size. It was only by virtue of the assurance given of state officials that they would be cared for in their old age that such a high degree of unselfish devotion to duty was developed, which in pre-war times was one of the distinguishing characteristics of German officials. Thus a whole class which had no personal property was saved from destitution by an intelligent system of provision, and found a place in the social structure of the national community. The problem is now put before the state and nation, but this time in a much larger form. When the new industries sprang up and developed, millions of people left the countryside and the villages to take up employment in the big factories. The conditions under which this new class found itself forced to live were worse than miserable. The more or less mechanical transformation of the methods of work hitherto in vogue among the artisans and peasants did not fit in well with the habits or mentality of this new working class. The way in which the peasants and artisans had formerly worked had nothing comparable to the intensive labour of the new factory worker. In the old trades, time did not play a highly important role, but it became an essential element in the new industrial system. The formal taking over of the old working hours into the mammoth industrial enterprises had fatal results. The actual amount of work hitherto accomplished within a certain time was comparatively small, because the modern methods of intensive production were then unknown. Therefore, though in the older system a working day of 14 or even 15 hours was not unendurable, now it was beyond the possibilities of human endurance, because in the new system every minute was utilized to the extreme. The absurd transference of the old working hours to the new industrial system proved fatal in two directions. First, it ruined the health of the workers. Secondly, it destroyed their faith in a superior law of justice. Finally, on the one hand a miserable wage was received, and on the other the employer held a much more lucrative position than before. Hence a striking difference between the ways of life on the one side and on the other. In the open country there could be no social problem, because the master and the farmhand were doing the same kind of work and doing it together. They ate their food in common, and sometimes even out of the same dish. But in this sphere also the new system introduced an entirely different set of conditions between masters and men. The division created between employer and employees seems not to have extended to all branches of life. How far this Judaizing process has been allowed to take effect among our people is illustrated by the fact that manual labour not only receives practically no recognition, but is even considered degrading. That is not a natural German attitude. It is due to the introduction of a foreign element into our lives, and that foreign element is the Jewish spirit, one of the effects of which has been to transform the high esteem in which our handicrafts once were held into a definite feeling that all physical labour is something base and unworthy. Thus a new social class has grown up which stands in low esteem, and the day must come when we shall have to face the question of whether the nation will be able to make this class an integral part of the social community, or whether the difference of status now existing will become a permanent gulf separating this class from the others. One thing, however, is certain. This class does not include the worst elements of the community in its ranks. Rather the contrary is the truth. It includes the most energetic parts of the nation. The sophistication which is the result of a so-called civilization has not yet exercised its disintegrating and degenerating influence on this class. The broad masses of this new lower class, constituted by the manual labourers, have not yet fallen a prey to the morbid weakness of pacifism. These are still robust, and if necessary, they can be brutal. While our bourgeoisie middle class paid no attention at all to this momentous problem, and indifferently allowed events to take their course, the Jew seized upon the manifold possibilities which the situation offered him for the future. While on the one hand he organized capitalistic methods of exploitation to their ultimate degree of efficiency, he curried favour with the victims of his policy and his power, and in a short while became the leader of their struggle against himself. Against himself is here only a figurative way of speaking, for this great master of lies knows how to appear in the guise of the innocent and throw the guilt on others. Since he had the impudence to take a personal lead among the masses, They never for a moment suspected that they were falling a prey to one of the most infamous deceits ever practised. And yet that is what it actually was. The moment this new class had arisen out of the general economic situation and taken shape as a definite body in the social order, the Jew saw clearly where he would find the necessary pacemaker for his own progressive march. At first he had used the bourgeois class as a battering ram against the feudal order, and now he used the worker against the bourgeois world. Just as he succeeded in obtaining civic rights by intrigues carried on under the protection of the bourgeois class, he now hoped that by joining in the struggle which the workers were waging for their own existence, he would be able to obtain full control over them. When that moment arrives, then the only objective the workers will have to fight for will be the future of the Jewish people. Without knowing it, the worker is placing himself at the service of the very power against which he believes he is fighting. Apparently he is made to fight against capital, and thus he is all the more easily brought to fight for capitalist interests. Outcries are systematically raised against international capital, but in reality it is against the structure of national economics that these slogans are directed. The idea is to demolish this structure, and on its ruins triumphantly erect the structure of the International Stock Exchange. In this line of action, the procedure of the Jew was as follows. He kowtowed to the worker, hypocritically pretended to feel pity for him and his lot, and even to be indignant at the misery and poverty which the worker had to endure. That is the way in which the Jew endeavoured to gain the confidence of the working class. He showed himself eager to study their various hardships, whether real or imaginary, and strove to awaken a yearning on the part of the workers to change the conditions under which they lived. The Jew artfully enkindled that innate yearning for social justice which is a typical Aryan characteristic. Once that yearning became alive, it was transformed into hatred against those in more fortunate circumstances of life. The next stage was to give a precise philosophical aspect to the struggle for the elimination of social wrongs, and thus the Marxist doctrine was invented. By presenting his doctrine as part and parcel of a just revindication of social rights, the Jew propagated the doctrine all the more effectively. But at the same time he provoked the opposition of decent people who refused to admit these demands, which, because of the form and pseudo-philosophical trimmings in which they are presented, seemed fundamentally unjust and impossible for realization. For, under the cloak of purely social concepts, there are hidden aims which are of a satanic character. These aims are even expounded in the open with the clarity of unlimited impudence. This Marxist doctrine is an individual mixture of human reason and human absurdity, but the combination is arranged in such a way that the only absurd part of it could ever be put into practice, but never the reasonable part of it. By categorically repudiating the personal worth of the individual, and also the nation and its racial constituent, this doctrine destroys the fundamental basis of all civilization, for civilization essentially depends on these very factors. Such is the true essence of the Marxist Weltanschauung, so far as the word Weltanschauung can be applied at all to this phantom arising from a criminal brain. The destruction of the concept of personality and of race removes the chief obstacle which barred the way to domination of the social body by its inferior elements, which are the Jews. The very absurdity of the economic and political theories of Marxism gives the doctrine its peculiar significance. Because of its pseudo-logic, intelligent people refuse to support it, while all those who are less accustomed to use their intellectual faculties, or who have only a rudimentary notion of economic principles, join the Marxist cause with flying banners. The intelligence behind the movement, for even this movement needs intelligence if it is to subsist, is supplied by the Jews themselves, naturally, of course, as a gratuitous service, which is at the same time a sacrifice on their part. Thus arose a movement which was composed exclusively of manual workers under the leadership of Jews. To all external appearances, this movement strives to ameliorate the conditions under which the workers live, but in reality its aim is to enslave, and thereby annihilate the non-Jewish races. The propaganda which the Freemasons had carried on amongst the so-called intelligentsia, whereby their pacifist teaching paralyzed the instinct for national self-preservation, was now extended to the broad masses of the workers and bourgeoisie by means of the press, which was almost everywhere in Jewish hands. To those two instruments of disintegration, a third and still more ruthless one was added, namely, the organization of brute physical force among the masses. As massed columns of attacks, the Marxist troops stormed those parts of the social order which had been left standing after the two former undermining operations had done their work. The combined activity of all these forces has been marvellously managed, and it will not be surprising if it turns out that those institutions which have always appeared as the organs of the more or less traditional authority of the state should now fall before the Marxist attack. Among our higher and highest state officials, with very few exceptions, the Jew has found the cost-complacent backers in his work of destruction. An attitude of sneaking servility towards superiors, and supercilious arrogance towards inferiors, are the characteristics of this class of people, as well as a grade of stupidity which is really frightening, and at the same time a towering self-conceit, which has been so consistently developed to make it amusing. But these qualities are of the greatest utility to the Jew in his dealings with our authorities. Therefore, they are qualities which he appreciates most in the officials. If I were to sketch roughly the actual struggle which is now beginning, I should describe it somewhat thus.
File 69.
Not satisfied with the economic conquest of the world, but also demanding that it must come under his political control, the Jew subdivides the organized Marxist power into two parts, which correspond to the ultimate objectives that are to be fought for in this struggle, which is carried on under the direction of the Jew. To outward appearance, these seem to be two independent movements, but in reality they constitute an indivisible unity. The two divisions are the political movement, and the trades union movement. The trades union movement has to gather in the recruits. It offers assistance and protection to the workers in the hard struggle which they have to wage for the bare means of existence, a struggle which has been occasioned by the greediness and narrow-mindedness of many of the industrialists. Unless the workers be ready to surrender all claims to an existence which the dignity of human nature itself demands, and unless they are ready to submit their fate to the will of employers, who in many cases have no sense of human responsibilities and are utterly callous to human wants, then the worker must necessarily take matters into his own hands, seeing that the organized social community, that is to say, the state, pays no attention to his needs. The so-called national-minded bourgeoisie, blinded by its own material interests, opposes this life-or-death struggle of the workers, and places the most difficult obstacles in their way. Not only does this bourgeoisie hinder all efforts to enact legislation which would shorten the inhumanly long hours of work, prohibit child labour, grant security, protection to women, and improve the hygienic conditions of the workshops and the dwellings of the working class. But while the bourgeoisie hinders all this, the shrewd Jew takes the cause of the oppressed into his own hands. He gradually becomes the leader of the trades union movement, which is an easy task for him, because he does not genuinely intend to find remedies for the social wrong. He pursues only one objective, namely to gather and consolidate a body of followers who will act under his commands as an armed weapon in the economic war for the destruction of national economic independence. For, while a sound social policy has to move between the two poles of securing a decent level of public health and welfare on the one hand, and on the other that of safeguarding the independence of the economic life of the nation, the Jew does not need to take these poles into account at all. The destruction of both is one of his main objects. He would ruin, rather than safeguard, the independence of the national economic system. Therefore, as the leader of the trades union movement, he has no scruples about putting forward demands which not only go beyond the declared purpose of the movement, but could not be carried into effect without ruining the national economic structure. On the other hand, he has no interest in seeing a healthy and sturdy population develop. He would be more content to see the people degenerate into an unthinking herd, which could be reduced to total subjection. Because these are his final objectives, he can afford to put forward the most absurd claims. He knows very well that these claims can never be realized, and that therefore nothing in the actual state of affairs could be altered by them, but that the most they can do is to arouse the spirit of unrest among the masses. That is exactly the purpose which he wishes such propaganda to serve, and not a real and honest improvement of the social conditions. The Jews will therefore remain the unquestioned leaders of the trades union movement, so long as a campaign is not undertaken, which must be carried out on gigantic lines for the enlightenment of the masses, so that they will be better able to understand the causes of their misery. Or the same end might be achieved if the government authorities would get rid of the Jew and his work. For as long as the masses remain so ill-informed as they actually are today, and as long as the state remains as indifferent to their lot as it now is, The masses will follow whatever leader makes them the most extravagant promises in regard to economic matters. The Jew is past master at this art, and his activities are not hampered by moral considerations of any kind. Naturally, it takes him only a short time to defeat all his competitors in this field, and drive them from the scene of action. In accordance with the general brutality and rapacity of his nature, he turns the trades union movement into an organization for the exercise of physical violence. The resistance of those whose common sense has hitherto saved them from surrendering to the Jewish dictatorship is now broken down by terrorization. The success of that kind of activity is enormous. Parallel with this, the political organization advances. It operates hand in hand with the trades union movement, inasmuch as the latter prepares the masses for the political organization and even forces them into it. This is also the source that provides the money which the political organization needs to keep its enormous apparatus in action. The trades union organization is the organ of control of the political activity of its members, and whips in the masses for all great political demonstrations. In the end, it ceases to struggle for economic interests, but places its chief weapon, the refusal to continue work, which takes the form of a general strike, at the disposal of the political movement. By means of a press whose contents are adapted to the level of the most ignorant readers, the political and trades union organizations are provided with an instrument which prepares the lowest stratum of the nation for a campaign of ruthless destruction. It is not considered part of the purpose of this press to inspire its readers with ideals which might help them to lift their minds above the sordid conditions of their daily lives, but, on the contrary, it panders to their lowest instincts. Among the lazy-minded and self-seeking sections of the masses, this kind of speculation turns out lucrative. It is this press, above all, which carries on a fanatical campaign of calumny, strives to tear down everything that might be considered as a mainstay of national independence, and to sabotage all cultural values, as well as to destroy the autonomy of the national economic system. It aims its attack especially against all men of character who refuse to fall into line with the Jewish efforts to obtain control over the state, or who appear dangerous to the Jews merely because of their superior intelligence. For in order to incur the enmity of the Jew, it is not necessary to show any open hostility towards him. It is quite sufficient if one be considered capable of opposing the Jew some time in the future, or using his abilities and character to enhance the power and position of a nation which the Jew finds hostile to himself. The Jewish instinct, which never fails where these problems have to be dealt with, readily discerns the true mentality of those whom the Jew meets in everyday life, and those who are not of a kindred spirit with him may be sure of being listed among his enemies. Since the Jew is not the object of aggression, but the aggressor himself, he considers as his enemies not only those who attack him, but also those who may be capable of resisting him. The means which he employs to break people of this kind, who may show themselves decent and upright, are not the open means generally used in honourable conflict, but falsehood and calumny. He will stop at nothing. His utterly low-down conduct is so appalling that one really cannot be surprised if, in the imagination of our people, the Jew is pictured as the incarnation of Satan and the symbol of evil. The ignorance of the broad masses as regards the inner character of the Jew, and the lack of instinct and insight that our upper classes display, are some of the reasons which explain how it is that so many people fall an easy prey to the systematic campaign of falsehood which the Jew carries on. While the upper classes, with their innate cowardliness, turn away from anyone whom the Jew thus attacks with lies and calumny, the common people are credulous of everything, whether because of their ignorance or their simple-mindedness. Government authorities wrap themselves up in a robe of silence, but more frequently they persecute the victims of Jewish attacks in order to stop the campaign in the Jewish press. To the fatuous mind of the government official, such a line of conduct appears to belong to the policy of upholding the authority of the state and preserving public order. Gradually the Marxist weapon in the hands of the Jew becomes a constant bogey to decent people. Sometimes the fear of it sticks in the brain, or weighs upon them as a kind of nightmare. People begin to quail before this fearful foe, and therewith become his victims. K. The Jewish domination in the state seems now so fully assured that not only can he now afford to call himself a Jew once again, but he even acknowledges freely and openly what his ideas are on racial and political questions. A section of the Jews avows itself quite openly as an alien people. But even here there is another falsehood. When the Zionists try to make the rest of the world believe that the new national consciousness of the Jews will be satisfied by the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine, the Jews thereby adopt another means to dupe the simple-minded Gentile. They have not the slightest intention of building up a Jewish state in Palestine so as to live in it. What they are really aiming at is to establish a central organization for their international swindling and cheating. As a sovereign state, this cannot be controlled by any of the other states. Therefore it can serve as a refuge for swindlers who have been found out, and at the same time a high school for the training of other swindlers. As a sign of their growing presumption and sense of security, a certain section of them openly and impudently proclaim their Jewish nationality, while another section hypocritically pretend that they are German, French, or English, as the case may be. Their blatant behavior in their relations with other people shows how clearly they envisage their day of triumph in the near future. The black-haired Jewish youth lies in wait for hours on end, satanically glaring at and spying on the unsuspicious girl whom he plans to seduce, adulterating her blood and removing her from the bosom of her own people. The Jew uses every possible means to undermine the racial foundations of a subjugated people. In his systematic efforts to ruin girls and women, he strives to break down the last barriers of discrimination between him and other peoples. The Jews were responsible for bringing Negroes into the Rhineland, with the ultimate idea of bastardizing the white race which they hate, and thus lowering its cultural and political level so that the Jew might dominate. For as long as a people remain racially pure and are conscious of the treasure of their blood, they can never be overcome by the Jew. Never in this world can the Jew become master of any people except a bastardized people. That is why the Jew systematically endeavors to lower the racial quality of a people by permanently adulterating the blood of the individuals who make up that people. In the field of politics, he now begins to replace the idea of democracy by introducing the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the masses organized under the Marxist banners, he has found a weapon which makes it possible for him to discard democracy, so as to subjugate and rule in a dictatorial fashion by the aid of brute force. He is systematically working in two ways to bring about this revolution. These ways are the economic and the political, respectively. Aided by international influences, he forms a ring of enemies around those nations which have proved themselves too sturdy for him in withstanding attacks from within. He would like to force them into war, and then, if it should be necessary to his plans, he will unfurl the banners of revolt even while the troops are actually fighting at the front. Economically, he brings about the destruction of the state by a systematic method of sabotaging social enterprises until these become so costly that they are taken out of the hands of the state and then submitted to the control of Jewish finance. Politically, he works to withdraw from the state its means of subsistence, inasmuch as he undermines the foundations of national resistance and defence, destroys the confidence which the people have in their government, reviles the past and its history, and drags everything national down into the gutter. Culturally, his activity consists in bowdlerizing art, literature, and the theatre, holding the expressions of national sentiment up to scorn, overturning all concepts of the sublime and beautiful, the worthy and the good, finally dragging the people to the level of his own low mentality. Of religion he makes a mockery. Morality and decency are described as antiquated prejudices, and thus a systematic attack is made to undermine those last foundations on which the national being must rest, if the nation is to struggle for its existence in this world.
File 70.
L. Now begins the great and final revolution. As soon as the Jew is in possession of political power, he drops the last few veils which have hitherto helped to conceal his features. Out of the democratic Jew, the Jew of the people arises, the Jew of the blood, the tyrant of the peoples. In the course of a few years he endeavours to exterminate all those who represent the national intelligence, and by thus depriving the peoples of their natural intellectual leaders, he fits them for their fate as slaves under a lasting despotism. Russia furnishes the most terrible example of such a slavery. In that country the Jew killed or starved 30 millions of the people, in a bout of savage fanaticism, and partly by the employment of inhuman torture. And he did this so that a gang of Jewish literati and financial bandits should dominate over a great people. But the final consequence is not merely that the people lose all their freedom under the domination of the Jews, but that in the end these parasites themselves disappear. The death of the victim is followed sooner or later by that of the vampire. If we review all the causes which contributed to bring about the downfall of the German people, we shall find that the most profound and decisive cause must be attributed to the lack of insight into the racial problem, and especially in the failure to recognize the Jewish danger. It would have been easy enough to endure the defeats suffered on the battlefields in August 1918. They were nothing when compared with the military victories which our nation had achieved. Our downfall was not the result of those defeats, but we were overthrown by that force which had prepared those defeats by systematically operating for several decades to destroy those political instincts and that moral stamina which alone enable a people to struggle for its existence, and therewith secure the right to exist. By neglecting the problem of preserving the racial foundations of our national life, the old empire abrogated the sole right which entitles a people to live on this planet. Nations that make mongrels of their people, or allow their people to be turned into mongrels, sin against the will of eternal providence, and thus their overthrow at the hands of a stronger opponent cannot be looked upon as a wrong, but, on the contrary, as a restoration of justice. If a people refuses to guard and uphold the qualities with which it has been endowed by nature, and which have their roots in the racial blood, then such a people has no right to complain over the loss of its earthly existence. Everything on this earth can be made into something better. Every defeat may be made the foundation of a future victory. Every lost war may be the cause of a later resurgence. Every visitation of distress can give a new impetus to human energy. And out of every oppression, those forces can develop which bring about a new rebirth of the national soul, provided always that the racial blood is kept pure. But the loss of racial purity will wreck inner happiness forever. It degrades men for all time to come, and the physical and moral consequences can never be wiped out. If this unique problem be studied and compared with the other problems of life, we shall easily recognize how small is their importance in comparison with this. They are all limited to time, but the problem of the maintenance or loss of the purity of the racial blood will last as long as man himself lasts. All the symptoms of decline which manifested themselves already in pre-war times can be traced back to the racial problem. Whether one is dealing with questions of general law or monstrous excrescences in economic life, of phenomena which point to a cultural decline or political degeneration, whether it be a question of defects in the school system, or of the evil influence which the press exerts over the adult population. Always and everywhere these phenomena are at bottom caused by a lack of consideration for the interests of the race to which one's own nation belongs, or by the failure to recognize the danger that comes from allowing a foreign race to exist within the national body. That is why all attempts at reform, all institutions for social relief, all political striving, all economic progress, and all apparent increase in the general stock of knowledge were doomed to be unproductive of any significant results. The nation, as well as the organization which enables it to exist, namely the state, were not developing in inner strength and stability, but on the contrary were visibly losing their vitality. The false brilliance of the Second Empire could not disguise the inner weakness, and every attempt to invigorate it anew failed, because the main and most important problem was left out of consideration. It would be a mistake to think that the followers of the various political parties which tried to doctor the condition of the German people, or even all their leaders, were bad in themselves or meant wrong. Their activity, even at best, was doomed to fail, merely because of the fact that they saw nothing but the symptoms of our general malady, and they tried to doctor the symptoms while they overlooked the real cause of the disease. If one makes a methodical study of the lines along which the old empire developed, one cannot help seeing, after a careful political analysis, that a process of inner degeneration had already set in, even at the time when the United Empire was formed, and the German nation began to make rapid external progress. The general situation was declining, in spite of the apparent political success, and in spite of the increasing economic wealth. At the elections to the Reichstag, the growing number of Marxist votes indicated that the internal breakdown and the political collapse were then rapidly approaching. All the victories of the so-called bourgeois parties were fruitless, not only because they could not prevent the numerical increase in the growing mass of Marxist votes, even when the bourgeois parties triumphed at the polls, but mainly because they themselves were already infected with the germs of decay. Though quite unaware of it, the bourgeois world was infected from within with the deadly virus of Marxist ideas. The fact that they sometimes openly resisted was to be explained by the competitive strife among ambitious political leaders, rather than by attributing it to any opposition in principle between adversaries who were determined to fight one another to the bitter end. During all those years, only one protagonist was fighting with steadfast perseverance. This was the Jew. The Star of David steadily ascended as the will to national self-preservation declined. Therefore, it was not a solid national phalanx that, of itself and out of its own feeling of solidarity, rushed to the battlefields in August 1914. But it was rather the manifestation of the last flicker from the instinct of self-preservation against the progress of the paralysis with which the pacifist and Marxist doctrine threatened our people. Even in those days, when the destinies of the nation were in the balance, the internal enemy was not recognized. Therefore, all efforts to resist the external enemy were bound to be in vain. Providence did not grant the reward to the victorious sword, but followed the eternal law of retributive justice. A profound recognition of all this was the source of those principles and tendencies which inspire our new movement. We were convinced that only by recognizing such truths could we stop the national decline in Germany and lay a granite foundation on which the state could again be built up, a state which would not be a piece of mechanism alien to our people, constituted for economic purposes and interests, but an organism created from the soul of the people themselves. A German state in a German nation. Chapter 12. The first period of development of the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Here, at the close of the volume, I shall describe the first stage in the progress of our movement, and shall give a brief account of the problems we had to deal with during that period. In doing this, I have no intention of expounding the ideals which we have set up as the goal of our movement, for these ideals are so momentous in their significance that an exposition of them will need a whole volume. Therefore, I shall devote the second volume of this book to a detailed survey of the principles which form the programme of our movement, and I shall attempt to draw a picture of what we mean by the word state. When I say we in this connection, I mean to include all those hundreds of thousands who have fundamentally the same longing, though in the individual cases they cannot find adequate words to describe the vision that hovers before their eyes. It is a characteristic feature of all great reforms that in the beginning there is only one single protagonist to come forward on behalf of several millions of people. The final goal of a great reformation has often been the object of profound longing on the parts of hundreds of thousands for many centuries before, until finally one among them comes forward as a herald to announce the will of that multitude and become the standard-bearer of the old yearning, which he now leads to a realization in a new idea. The fact that millions of our people yearn at heart for a radical change in our present conditions is proved by the profound discontent which exists among them. This feeling is manifested in 1,000 ways. Some express it in a form of discouragement and despair. Others show it in resentment and anger and indignation. Among some, the profound discontent calls forth an attitude of indifference, while it urges others to violent manifestations of wrath. Another indication of this feeling may be seen on the one hand in the attitude of those who abstain from voting at elections, and, on the other, in the large numbers of those who side with the fanatical extremists of the left wing. To these latter people our young movement had to appeal first of all. It was not meant to be an organization for contented and satisfied people, but was meant to gather in all those who were suffering from profound anxiety and could find no peace, those who were unhappy and discontented. It was not meant to float on the surface of the nation, but rather to push its roots deep among the masses. Looked at from the purely political point of view, the situation in 1918 was as follows. A nation had been torn into two parts. One part, which was by far the smaller of the two, contained the intellectual classes of the nation, from which all those employed in physical labour were excluded. On the surface, these intellectual classes appeared to be national-minded, but that word meant nothing else to them except a very vague and feeble concept of the duty to defend what they called the interests of the state, which in turn seemed identical with those of the dynastic regime. This class tried to defend its ideas and reach its aims by carrying on the fight with the aid of intellectual weapons, which could be used only here and there, and which had only a superficial effect against the brutal measures employed by the adversaries, in the face of which the intellectual weapons were, of their very nature, bound to fail. With one violent blow, the class which had hitherto governed was now struck down. It trembled with fear, and accepted every humiliation imposed on it by the merciless victor. Over against this class stood the broad masses of manual labourers, who were organized in movements with a more or less radically Marxist tendency. These organized masses were firmly determined to break any kind of intellectual resistance by the use of brute force. They had no nationalist tendencies whatsoever, and deliberately repudiated the idea of advancing the interests of the nation as such. On the contrary, they promoted the interests of the foreign oppressor. Numerically, this class embraced the majority of the population, and, what is more important, included all those elements of the nation without whose collaboration a national resurgence was not only a practical impossibility, but was even inconceivable. For already in 1918 one thing had to be clearly recognized, namely, that no resurgence of the German nation could take place until we had first restored our national strength to face the outside world. For this purpose, arms are not the preliminary necessity, though our bourgeois statesmen always blathered about it being so. What was wanted was willpower. At one time, the German people had more than sufficient military armament, and yet they were not able to defend their liberty because they lacked those energies which spring from the instinct of national self-preservation and the will to hold on to one's own. The best armament is only dead and worthless material, as long as the spirit is wanting, which makes men willing and determined to avail themselves of such weapons. Germany was rendered defenceless, not because she lacked arms, but because she lacked the will to keep her arms for the maintenance of her people. Today, our left-wing politicians in particular are constantly insisting that their craven-hearted and obsequious foreign policy necessarily results from the disarmament of Germany, whereas the truth is that this is the policy of traitors. To all that kind of talk the answer ought to be, no, the contrary is the truth. Your action in delivering up the arms was dictated by your anti-national and criminal policy of abandoning the interests of the nation. And now you try to make people believe that your miserable whining is fundamentally due to the fact that you have no arms. Just like everything else in your conduct, this is a lie and a falsification of the true reason. But the politicians of the right deserve exactly the same reproach. It was through their miserable cowardice that those ruffians of Jews who came to power in 1918 were able to rob the nation of its arms. The conservative politicians have neither right nor reason on their side when they appeal to disarmament as the cause which compelled them to adopt a policy of prudence, that is to say, cowardice. Here again, the contrary is the truth. Disarmament is the result of their lack of spirit. Therefore, the problem of restoring Germany's power is not a question of how can we manufacture arms, but rather a question of how we can produce that spirit which enables a people to bear arms. Once this spirit prevails among a people, then it will find 1,000 ways, each of which leads to the necessary armament. But a coward will not fire even a single shot when attacked, though he may be armed with 10 pistols. For him they are of less value than a blackthorn in the hands of a man of courage. The problem of re-establishing the political power of our nation is first of all a problem of restoring the instinct of national self-preservation, for, if no other reason, than that every preparatory step in foreign policy and every foreign judgment on the worth of a state has been proved by experience to be grounded not on the material size of the armament such a state may possess, but rather on the moral capacity for resistance which such a state has, or is believed to have. The question whether or not a nation be desirable as an ally is not so much determined by the inert mass of arms which it has at hand, but by the obvious presence of a sturdy will to national self-preservation, and a heroic courage which will fight through to the last breath. For an alliance is not made between arms, but between men. The British nation will therefore be considered as the most valuable ally in the world, as long as it can be counted upon to show that brutality and tenacity in its government, as well as in the spirit of the broad masses, which enables it to carry through to victory any struggle that it once enters upon, no matter how long such a struggle may last, or however great the sacrifice that may be necessary, or whatever the means that have to be employed. And all this, even though the actual military equipment at hand may be utterly inadequate when compared with that of other nations. Once it is understood that the restoration of Germany is a question of reawakening the will to political self-preservation, we shall see quite clearly that it will not be enough to win over those elements that are already national-minded, but that the deliberately anti-national masses must be converted to believe in the national ideals. A young movement that aims at re-establishing a German state with full sovereign powers will therefore have to make the task of winning over the broad masses a special objective of its plan of campaign. Our so-called national bourgeoisie are so lamentably supine, generally speaking, and their national spirit appears so feckless, that we may feel sure they will offer no serious resistance against a vigorous national, foreign, or domestic policy. Even though the narrow-minded German bourgeoisie should keep up a passive resistance when the hour of deliverance is at hand, as they did in Bismarck's time, we shall never have to fear any active resistance on their part, because of their recognized proverbial cowardice. It is quite different with the masses of our population, who are imbued with ideas of internationalism. Through the primitive roughness of their natures, they are disposed to accept the preaching of violence, while at the same time their Jewish leaders are more brutal and ruthless. They will crush any attempt at a German revival, just as they smashed the German army by striking at it from the rear. Above all, these organized masses will use their numerical majority in this parliamentarian state not only to hinder any national foreign policy, but also to prevent Germany from restoring her political power and therewith her prestige abroad. Thus she becomes excluded from the ranks of desirable allies. For it is not we ourselves alone who are aware of the handicap that results from the existence of 15 million Marxists, Democrats, pacifists, and followers of the centre in our midst, but foreign nations also recognize this internal burden which we have to bear, and take it into their calculations when estimating the value of a possible alliance with us. Nobody would wish to form an alliance with a state where the active portion of the population is at least passively opposed to any resolute foreign policy. The situation is made still worse by reason of the fact that the leaders of those parties which were responsible for the national betrayal are ready to oppose any and every attempt at a revival, simply because they want to retain the positions they now hold. According to the laws that govern human history, it is inconceivable that the German people could resume the place they formerly held without retaliating on those who were both cause and occasion of the collapse that involved the ruin of our state. Before the judgment seat of posterity, November 1918 will not be regarded as a simple rebellion, but as high treason against the country. Therefore it is not possible to think of re-establishing German sovereignty and political independence without at the same time reconstructing a united front within the nation by a peaceful conversion of the popular will. Looked at from the standpoint of practical ways and means, it seems absurd to think of liberating Germany from foreign bondage, as long as the masses of the people are not willing to support such an ideal of freedom. After carefully considering this problem from the purely military point of view, everybody, and in particular every officer, will agree that a war cannot be waged against an outside enemy by battalions of students, but that, together with the brains of the nation, the physical strength of the nation is also necessary. Furthermore, It must be remembered that the nation would be robbed of its irreplaceable assets by a national defence in which only the intellectual circles, as they are called, were engaged. The young German intellectuals who joined the volunteer regiments and fell on the battlefields of Flanders in the autumn of 1914 were bitterly missed later on. They were the dearest treasure which the nation possessed, and their loss could not be made good in the course of the war. And it is not only the struggle itself which could not be waged if the working masses of the nation did not join the storm battalions, but the necessary technical preparations could not be made without a unified will and a common front within the nation itself. Our nation, which has to exist disarmed, under the 1,000 eyes appointed by the Versailles Peace Treaty, cannot make any technical preparations for the recovery of its freedom and human independence until the whole army of spies employed within the country is cut down to those few whose inborn baseness would lead them to betray anything and everything for the proverbial 30 pieces of silver. But we can deal with such people. The millions, however, who are opposed to every kind of national revival simply because of their political opinions, constitute an insurmountable obstacle. At least the obstacle will remain insurmountable as long as the cause of their opposition, which is international Marxism, is not overcome, and its teachings banished from both their hearts and heads. From whatever point of view we may examine the possibility of recovering our independence as a state and a people, whether we consider the problem from the standpoint of technical rearmament or from that of the actual struggle itself, the necessary prerequisite always remains the same. This prerequisite is that the broad masses of the people must first be won over to accept the principle of our national independence. If we do not regain our external freedom, every step forward in domestic reform will at best be an augmentation of our productive powers for the benefit of those nations that look upon us as a colony to be exploited. The surplus produced by any so-called improvement would only go into the hands of our international controllers, and any social betterment would at best increase the product of our labour in favour of those people. No cultural progress can be made by the German nation, because such progress is too much bound up with the political independence and dignity of a people. Therefore, as we can find a satisfactory solution for the problem of Germany's future only by winning over the broad masses of our people for the support of the national idea, this work of education must be considered the highest and most important task to be accomplished by a movement which does not strive merely to satisfy the needs of the moment, but considers itself bound to examine in the light of future results everything it decides to do or refrain from doing. As early as 1919, we were convinced that the nationalization of the masses would have to constitute the first and paramount aim of the new movement. From the tactical standpoint, this decision laid a certain number of obligations on our shoulders. 1. No social sacrifice could be considered too great in this effort to win over the masses for the national revival. In the field of national economics, whatever concessions are granted today to the employees are negligible when compared with the benefit to be reaped by the whole nation if such concessions contribute to bring back the masses of the people once more to the bosom of their own nation. Nothing but meanness and short-sightedness, which are characteristics that unfortunately are only too prevalent among our employers, could prevent people from recognizing that in the long run no economic improvement, and therefore no rise in profits, are possible unless internal solidarity be restored among the bulk of the people who make up our nation. If the German trades unions had defended the interests of the working classes uncompromisingly during the war, if, even during the war, they had used the weapon of the strike to force the industrialists, who were greedy for higher dividends, to grant the demands of the workers for whom the unions acted, if, at the same time, they had stood up as good Germans for the defence of the nation as stoutly as for their own claims, and if they had given to their country what was their country's due, then the war would never have been lost. How ludicrously insignificant would all, and even the greatest, economic concession have been in face of the tremendous importance of such a victory. For a movement which would restore the German worker to the German people, it is therefore absolutely necessary to understand clearly that economic sacrifices must be considered light in such cases, provided, of course, that they do not go to the length of endangering the independence and stability of the national economic system. 2. The education of the masses along national lines can be carried out only indirectly by improving their social conditions, for only by such a process can the economic conditions be created which enable everybody to share in the cultural life of the nation. 3. The nationalization of the broad masses can never be achieved by half measures, that is to say, by feebly insisting on what is called the objective side of the question, but only by a ruthless and devoted insistence on the one aim which must be achieved. This means that a people cannot be made national according to the signification attached to that word by our bourgeois class today, that is to say, nationalism with many reservations, but national in the vehement and extreme sense. Poison can be overcome only by a counter-poison, and only the supine bourgeois mind could think that the kingdom of heaven can be attained by a compromise. The broad masses of a nation are not made up of professors and diplomats. Since these masses have only a poor acquaintance with abstract ideas, their reactions lie more in the domain of the feelings, where the roots of their positive as well as their negative attitudes are implanted. They are susceptible only to a manifestation of strength which comes definitely either from the positive or negative side. But they are never susceptible to any half-hearted attitude that wavers between one pole and the other. The emotional grounds of their attitude furnish the reason for their extraordinary stability. It is always more difficult to fight successfully against faith than against knowledge. Love is less subject to change than respect. Hatred is more lasting than mere aversion. And the driving force which has brought about the most tremendous revolutions on this earth has never been a body of scientific teaching which has gained power over the masses, but always a devotion which has inspired them, and often a kind of hysteria which has urged them to action. Whoever wishes to win over the masses must know the key that will open the door to their hearts. It is not objectivity, which is a feckless attitude, but a determined will backed up by force when necessary. 4. The soul of the masses can be won only if those who lead the movement for that purpose are determined not merely to carry through the positive struggle for their own aims, but are also determined to destroy the enemy that opposes them. When they see an uncompromising onslaught against an adversary, the people have at all times taken this as proof that right is on the side of the active aggressor. But if the aggressor should only go halfway, and fail to push home his success by driving his opponent entirely from the scene of action, the people will look upon this as a sign that the aggressor is uncertain of the justice of his own cause, and his halfway policy may even be an acknowledgment that his cause is unjust. The masses are but a part of nature herself. Their feeling is such that they cannot understand mutual handshakings between men who are declared enemies. Their wish is to see the stronger side win, and the weaker wiped out, or subjected unconditionally to the will of the stronger. The nationalization of the masses can be successfully achieved only if, in the positive struggle to win the soul of the people, those who spread the international poison among them are exterminated. (5) All the great problems of our time are problems of the moment, and are only the result of certain definite causes. And among all those, there is only one that has a profoundly causal significance. This is the problem of preserving the pure racial stock among the people. Human vigor or decline depends on the blood. Nations that are not aware of the importance of their racial stock, or which neglect to preserve it, are like men who would try to educate the pug dog to do the work of the greyhound, not understanding that neither the speed of the greyhound nor the imitative faculties of the poodle are inborn qualities which cannot be drilled into the one or the other by any form of training. A people that fails to preserve the purity of its racial blood thereby destroys the unity of the soul of the nation in all its manifestations. A disintegrated national character is the inevitable consequence of a process of disintegration in the blood, and the change which takes place in the spiritual and creative faculties of a people is only an effect of the change that has modified its racial substance. If we are to free the German people from all those failings and ways of acting which do not spring from their original character, we must first get rid of those foreign germs in the national body which are the cause of its failings and false ways. The German nation will never revive unless the racial problem is taken into account and dealt with. The racial problem furnishes the key not only to the understanding of human history, but also to the understanding of every kind of human culture. 6. By incorporating in the national community the masses of our people who are now in the international camp, we do not thereby mean to renounce the principle that the interests of the various trades and professions must be safeguarded. Divergent interests in the various branches of labour and in the trades and professions are not the same as a division between the various classes, but rather a feature inherent in the economic situation. Vocational grouping does not clash in the least with the idea of a national community, for this means national unity in regard to all those problems that affect the life of the nation as such. To incorporate in the national community, or simply the state, a stratum of the people which has now formed a social class, the standing of the higher classes must not be lowered, but that of the lower classes must be raised. The class which carries through this process is never the higher class, but rather the lower one, which is fighting for equality of rights. The bourgeoisie of today was not incorporated in the state through measures enacted by the feudal nobility, but only through its own energy and a leadership that had sprung from its own ranks. The German worker cannot be raised from his present standing and incorporated in the German folk community by means of goody-goody meetings, where people talk about the brotherhood of the people, but rather by a systematic improvement in the social and cultural life of the worker, until the yawning abyss between him and the other classes can be filled in. A movement which has this for its aim must try to recruit its followers mainly from the ranks of the working class. It must include members of the intellectual classes only insofar as such members have rightly understood and accepted without reserve the ideal towards which the movement is striving. This process of transformation and reunion cannot be completed within 10 or 20 years. It will take several generations, as the history of such movements has shown. The most difficult obstacle to the reunion of our contemporary worker in the national folk community does not consist so much in the fact that he fights for the interests of his fellow workers, but rather in the international ideas with which he is imbued, and which are of their nature at variance with the ideas of nationhood and fatherland. This hostile attitude to nation and fatherland has been inculcated by the leaders of the working class. If they were inspired by the principle of devotion to the nation in all that concerns its political and social welfare, the trades unions would make those millions of workers most valuable members of the national community, without thereby affecting their own constant struggle for their economic demands. A movement which sincerely endeavours to bring the German worker back into his folk community and rescue him from the folly of internationalism must wage a vigorous campaign against certain notions that are prevalent among the industrialists. One of these notions is that according to the concept of the folk community, the employee is obliged to surrender all his economic rights to the employer, and further, that the workers would come into conflict with the folk community if they should attempt to defend their own just and vital interests. Those who try to propagate such a notion are deliberate liars. The idea of a folk community does not impose any obligations on the one side that are not imposed on the other. A worker certainly does something which is contrary to the spirit of folk community if he acts entirely on his own initiative, and puts forward exaggerated demands without taking the common good into consideration, or the maintenance of the national economic structure. But an industrialist also acts against the spirit of the folk community if he adopts inhuman methods of exploitation and misuses the working forces of the nation to make millions unjustly for himself from the sweat of the workers. He has no right to call himself national, and no right to talk of a folk community, for he is only an unscrupulous egoist who sows the seeds of social discontent and provokes a spirit of conflict which sooner or later must be injurious to the interests of the country. The reservoir from which the young movement has to draw its members will first of all be the working masses. Those masses must be delivered from the clutches of the international mania. Their social distress must be eliminated. They must be raised above their present cultural level, which is deplorable, and transformed into a resolute and valuable factor in the folk community, inspired by national ideas and national sentiment. If, among those intellectual circles that are nationalist in their outlook, men can be found who genuinely love the people and look forward eagerly to the future of Germany, and at the same time have a sound grasp of the importance of a struggle whose aim is to win over the soul of the masses, such men are cordially welcomed in the ranks of our movement, because they can serve as a valuable intellectual force in the work that has to be done. But this movement can never aim at recruiting its membership from the unthinking herd of bourgeois voters. If it did so, the movement would be burdened with a mass of people whose whole mentality would only help to paralyze the effort of our campaign to win the mass of the people. In theory, it may be very fine to say that the broad masses ought to be influenced by a combined leadership of the upper and lower social strata within the framework of one movement. But notwithstanding all this, the fact remains that though it may be possible to exercise a psychological influence on the bourgeois classes, and to arouse some enthusiasm, or even awaken some understanding among them by our public demonstrations, their traditional characteristics cannot be changed. In other words, we could not eliminate from the bourgeois classes the inefficiency and supineness which are part of a tradition that has developed through centuries. The difference between the cultural levels of the two groups, and between their respective attitudes towards social economic questions, is still so great that it would turn out a hindrance to the movement the moment the first enthusiasm aroused by our demonstrations calmed down. Finally, it is not part of our programme to transform the nationalist camp itself, but rather to win over those who are anti-national in their outlook. It is from this viewpoint that the strategy of the whole movement must finally be decided. (7) This one-sided, but accordingly clear and definite attitude must be manifested in the propaganda of the movement. And, on the other hand, this is absolutely necessary to make the propaganda itself effective. If propaganda is to be of service to the movement, it must be addressed to one side alone. For if it should vary the direction of its appeal, it will not be understood in the one camp, or may be rejected by the other, as merely insisting on obvious and uninteresting truisms. For the intellectual training of the two camps that come into question here has been very different. Even the manner in which something is presented, and the tone in which particular details are emphasized, cannot have the same effect in those two strata that belong respectively to the opposite extremes of the social structure. If the propaganda should refrain from using primitive forms of expression, it will not appeal to the sentiments of the masses. If, on the other hand, it conforms to the crude sentiments of the masses in its words and gestures, the intellectual circles will be averse to it because of its roughness and vulgarity. Among 100 men who call themselves orators, there are scarcely 10 who are capable of speaking with effect before an audience of street sweepers, locksmiths, navvies, etc., today, and expound the same subject with equal effect tomorrow before an audience of university professors and students. Among 1,000 public speakers, there may be only one who can speak before a composite audience of locksmiths and professors in the same hall, in such a way that his statements can be fully comprehended by each group, while at the same time he effectively influences both and awakens enthusiasm on the one side as well as the other to hearty applause. But it must be remembered that in most cases even the most beautiful idea embodied in a sublime theory can be brought home to the public only through the medium of smaller minds. The thing that matters here is not the vision of the man of genius who created the great idea, but rather the success which his apostles achieve in shaping the expression of this idea, so as to bring it home to the minds of the masses. Social democracy and the whole Marxist movement were particularly qualified to attract the great masses of the nation, because of the uniformity of the public to which they addressed their appeal. The more limited and narrow their ideas and arguments, the easier it was for the masses to grasp and assimilate them, for those ideas and arguments were well adapted to a low level of intelligence. These considerations led the new movement to adopt a clear and simple line of policy, which was as follows. In its message, as well as in its forms of expression, the propaganda must be kept on a level with the intelligence of the masses, and its value must be measured only by the actual success it achieves. At a public meeting, where the great masses are gathered together, the best speaker is not he whose way of approaching a subject is most akin to the spirit of those intellectuals who may happen to be present, but the speaker who knows how to win the hearts of the masses. An educated man who is present, and who finds fault with an address because he considers it to be on an intellectual plane that is too low, though he himself has witnessed its effect on the lower intellectual groups whose adherence has to be won, only shows himself completely incapable of rightly judging the situation, and therewith proves that he can be of no use in the new movement. Only intellectuals can be of use to a movement who understand its mission and its aims so well that they have learned to judge our methods of propaganda exclusively by the success obtained, and never by the impression which those methods made on the intellectuals themselves. For our propaganda is not meant to serve as an entertainment for those people who already have a nationalist outlook, but its purpose is to win the adhesion of those who have hitherto been hostile to national ideas, and who are nevertheless of our own blood and race. In general, those considerations of which I have given a brief summary in the chapter on war propaganda became the guiding rules and principles which determined the kind of propaganda we were to adopt in our campaign, and the manner in which we were to put it into practice. The success that has been obtained proves that our decision was right. 8. The ends which any political reform movement sets out to attain can never be reached by trying to educate the public or influence those in power, but only by getting political power into its hands. Every idea that is meant to move the world has not only the right, but also the obligation of securing control of those means which will enable the idea to be carried into effect. In this world, success is the only rule of judgment whereby we can decide whether such an undertaking was right or wrong. And by the word success in this connection, I do not mean such a success as the mere conquest of power in 1918, but the successful issue whereby the common interests of the nation have been served. A coup d'etat cannot be considered successful if, as many empty-headed government lawyers in Germany now believe, the revolutionaries succeeded in getting control of the state into their hands, but only if, in comparison with the state of affairs under the old regime, the lot of the nation has been improved, when the aims and intentions on which the revolution was based have been put into practice. This certainly does not apply to the German Revolution, as that movement was called, which brought a gang of bandits into power in the autumn of 1918. But if the conquest of political power be a requisite preliminary for the practical realization of the ideals that inspire a reform movement, then any movement which aims at reform must, from the very first day of its activity, be considered by its leaders as a movement of the masses, and not as a literary tea club or an association of Philistines who meet to play ninepins. 9. The nature and internal organization of the new movement make it anti-parliamentarian. That is to say, it rejects in general and in its own structure all those principles according to which decisions are taken on the vote of the majority, and according to which the leader is only the executor of the will and opinion of others. The movement lays down the principle that, in the smallest as well as in the greatest problems, one person must have absolute authority and bear all responsibility. In our movement, the practical consequences of this principle are the following. The president of a large group is appointed by the head of the group immediately above his in authority. He is then the responsible leader of his group. All the committees are subject to his authority, and not he to theirs. There is no such thing as committees that vote, but only committees that work. This work is allotted by the responsible leader, who is the president of the group. The same principle applies to the higher organizations, the Bezirk district, the Kreis urban circuit, and the Gau, the region. In each case, the president is appointed from above, and is invested with full authority and executive power. Only the leader of the whole party is elected at the general meeting of the members, but he is the sole leader of the movement. All the committees are responsible to him, but he is not responsible to the committees. His decision is final, but he bears the whole responsibility of it. The members of the movement are entitled to call him to account by means of a new election, or to remove him from office if he has violated the principles of the movement or has not served its interests adequately. He is then replaced by a more capable man, who is invested with the same authority and obliged to bear the same responsibility. One of the highest duties of the movement is to make this principle imperative not only within its own ranks, but also for the whole state. The man who becomes leader is invested with the highest and unlimited authority, but he also has to bear the last and gravest responsibility. The man who has not the courage to shoulder responsibility for his actions is not fitted to be a leader. Only a man of heroic mould can have the vocation for such a task. Human progress and human cultures are not founded by the multitude. They are exclusively the work of personal genius and personal efficiency. Because of this principle, our movement must necessarily be anti-parliamentarian, and if it takes part in the parliamentary institution, it is only for the purpose of destroying this institution from within. In other words, we wish to do away with an institution which we must look upon as one of the gravest symptoms of human decline. 10. The movement steadfastly refuses to take up any stand in regard to those problems which are either outside of its sphere of political work or seem to have no fundamental importance for us. It does not aim at bringing about religious reformation, but rather a political reorganization of our people. It looks upon the two religious denominations as equally valuable mainstays for the existence of our people, and therefore makes war on all those parties which would degrade this foundation, on which the religious and moral stability of our people is based, to an instrument in the service of party interests. Finally, the movement does not aim at establishing any one form of state, or trying to destroy another, but rather to make those fundamental principles prevail without which no republic and no monarchy can exist for any length of time. The movement does not consider its mission to be the establishment of a monarchy or the preservation of the republic, but rather to create a German state. The problem concerning the outer form of this state, that is to say, its final shape, is not of fundamental importance. It is a problem which must be solved in the light of what seems practical and opportune at the moment. Once a nation has understood and appreciated the great problems that affect its inner existence, the question of outer formalities will never lead to any internal conflict. (11) The problem of the inner organization of the movement is not one of principle, but of expediency. The best kind of organization is not that which places a large intermediary apparatus between the leadership of the movement and the individual followers, but rather that which works successfully with the smallest possible intermediary apparatus. For it is the task of such an organization to transmit a certain idea which originated in the brain of one individual to a multitude of people, and to supervise the manner in which this idea is being put into practice. Therefore, from any and every viewpoint, the organization is only a necessary evil. At best, it is only a means of reaching certain ends. The worst happens when it becomes an end in itself. Since the world produces more mechanical than intelligent beings, it will always be easier to develop the form of an organization than its substance, that is to say, the ideas which it is meant to serve. The march of any idea which strives towards practical fulfillment, and in particular those ideas which are of a reformatory character, may be roughly sketched as follows. A creative idea takes shape in the mind of somebody, who thereupon feels himself called upon to transmit this idea to the world. He propounds his faith before others, and thereby gradually wins a certain number of followers. This direct and personal way of promulgating one's ideas among one's contemporaries is the most natural and the most ideal. But as the movement develops and secures a large number of followers, it gradually becomes impossible for the original founder of the doctrine on which the movement is based to carry on his propaganda personally among his innumerable followers, and at the same time guide the course of the movement. According as the community of followers increases, direct communication between the head and the individual followers becomes impossible. This intercourse must then take place through an intermediary apparatus, introduced into the framework of the movement. Thus, ideal conditions of intercommunication cease, and organization has to be introduced as a necessary evil. Small subsidiary groups come into existence, as in the political movement, for example, where the local groups represent the germ cells out of which the organization develops later on. But such subdivisions must not be introduced into the movement until the authority of the spiritual founder and of the school he has created are accepted without reservation. Otherwise, the movement would run the risk of becoming split up by divergent doctrines. In this connection, too much emphasis cannot be laid on the importance of having one geographic centre as the chief seat of the movement. Only the existence of such a seat or centre, around which a magic charm, such as that of Mecca or Rome, is woven, can supply a movement with that permanent driving force which has its sources in the internal unity of the movement and the recognition of one head as representing this unity. When the first germinal cells of the organization are being formed, Care must always be taken to insist on the importance of the place where the idea originated. The creative, moral, and practical greatness of the place whence the movement went forth, and from which it is governed, must be exalted to a supreme symbol, and this must be honoured all the more according as the original cells of the movement become so numerous that they have to be regrouped into larger units in the structure of the organization. When the number of individual followers became so large that direct personal contact with the head of the movement was out of the question, then we had to form those first local groups. As those groups multiplied to an extraordinary number, it was necessary to establish higher cadres, into which the local groups were distributed. Examples of such cadres in the political organization are those of the region, Gau, and the district, Bezirk. Though it may be easy enough to maintain the original central authority over the lowest groups, it is much more difficult to do so in relation to the higher units of organization which have now developed. And yet we must succeed in doing this, for this is an indispensable condition if the unity of the movement is to be guaranteed, and the idea of it carried into effect. Finally, when those larger intermediary organizations have to be combined in new and still higher units, it becomes increasingly difficult to maintain over them the absolute supremacy of the original seat of the movement and the school attached to it. Consequently, the mechanical forms of an organization must only be introduced if, and in so far as, the spiritual authority and the ideals of the central seat of the organization are shown to be firmly established. In the political sphere, it may often happen that this supremacy can be maintained only when the movement has taken over supreme political control of the nation. Having taken all these considerations into account, the following principles were laid down for the inner structure of the movement. A. That at the beginning all activity should be concentrated in one town, namely Munich. That a band of absolutely reliable followers should be trained, and a school founded which would subsequently help to propagate the idea of the movement. That the prestige of the movement, for the sake of its subsequent extension, should first be established here through gaining as many successful and visible results as possible in this one place. To secure name and fame for the movement and its leader, it was necessary not only to give in this one town a striking example to shatter the belief that the Marxist doctrine was invincible, but also to show that a counter-doctrine was possible. B. That local groups should not be established before the supremacy of the central authority in Munich was definitely established and acknowledged. C. That district, regional, and provincial groups should be formed only after the need for them has become evident, and only after the supremacy of the central authority has been satisfactorily guaranteed. Further, that the creation of subordinate organisms must depend on whether or not those persons can be found who are qualified to undertake the leadership of them. Here there were only two solutions. A. That the movement should acquire the necessary funds to attract and train intelligent people who would be capable of becoming leaders. The personnel thus obtained could then be systematically employed according as the tactical situation and the necessity for efficiency demanded. This solution was the easier and the more expedite, but it demanded large financial resources, for this group of leaders could work only in the movement if they could be paid a salary. B. Because the movement is not in a position to employ paid officials, it must begin by depending on honorary helpers. Naturally, this solution is slower and more difficult. It means that the leaders of the movement have to allow vast territories to lie fallow, unless in these respective districts one of the members comes forward who is capable and willing to place himself at the service of the central authority for the purpose of organizing and directing the movement in the region concerned. It may happen that in extensive regions no such leader can be found, but that at the same time in other regions 2 or 3 or even more persons appear whose capabilities are almost on a level. The difficulty which this situation involves is very great, and can be overcome only with the passing of the years. For the establishment of any branch of the organization, the decisive condition must always be that a person can be found who is capable of fulfilling the functions of a leader. Just as the army and all its various units of organization are useless if there are no officers, so any political organization is worthless if it has not the right kind of leaders. If an inspiring personality who has the gift of leadership cannot be found for the organization and direction of a local group, it is better for the movement to refrain from establishing such a group than to run the risk of failure after the group has been founded. The will to be a leader is not a sufficient qualification for leadership, for the leader must have the other necessary qualities. Among these qualities, willpower and energy must be considered as more serviceable than the intellect of a genius. The most valuable association of qualities is to be found in a combination of talent, determination, and perseverance. 12. The future of a movement is determined by the devotion, and even intolerance, with which its members fight for their cause. They must feel convinced that their cause alone is just, and they must carry it through to success as against other similar organizations in the same field. It is quite erroneous to believe that the strength of a movement must increase if it be combined with other movements of a similar kind. Any expansion resulting from such a combination will, of course, mean an increase in external development, which superficial observers might consider as also an increase of power. But in reality, the movement thus admits outside elements which will subsequently weaken its constitutional vigor. Though it may be said that one movement is identical in character with another, in reality no such identity exists. If it did exist, then practically there would not be 2 movements, but only one, and whatever the difference may be, even if it consist only of the measure in which the capabilities of the one set of leaders differ from those of the other, there it is. It is against the natural law of all development to couple dissimilar organisms, or the law is that the stronger must overcome the weaker, and, through the struggle necessary for such a conquest, increase the constitutional vigor and effective strength of the victor. by amalgamating political organizations that are approximately alike, certain immediate advantages may be gained, but advantages thus gained are bound in the long run to become the cause of internal weaknesses which will make their appearance later on. A movement can become great only if the unhampered development of its internal strength be safeguarded and steadfastly augmented, until victory over all its competitors be secured. One may safely say that the strength of a movement and its right to existence can be developed only as long as it remains true to the principle that struggle is a necessary condition of its progress, and that its maximum strength will be reached only as soon as complete victory has been won. Therefore, a movement must not strive to obtain successes that will only be immediate and transitory, but it must show a spirit of uncompromising perseverance in carrying through a long struggle which will secure for it a long period of inner growth. All those movements which owe their expansion to a so-called combination of similar organisms, which means that their external strength is due to a policy of compromise, are like plants whose growth is forced in a hothouse. They shoot up externally, but they lack that inner strength which enables the natural plant to grow into a tree that will withstand the storms of centuries. The greatness of every powerful organization which embodies a creative idea lies in the spirit of religious devotion and intolerance with which it stands out against all others, because it has an ardent faith in its own right. If an idea is right in itself, and, furnished with the fighting weapons I have mentioned, wages war on this earth, then it is invincible, and persecution will only add to its internal strength. The greatness of Christianity did not arise from attempts to make compromises with those philosophical opinions of the ancient world which had some resemblance to its own doctrine, but in the unrelenting and fanatical proclamation and defence of its own teaching. The apparent advance that a movement makes by associating itself with other movements will be easily reached and surpassed by the steady increase of strength which a doctrine and its organization acquires if it remains independent and fights its own cause alone. (13) The movement ought to educate its adherents to the principle that struggle must not be considered a necessary evil, but as something to be desired in itself. Therefore, they must not be afraid of the hostility which their adversaries manifest towards them, but they must take it as a necessary condition on which their whole right to existence is based. They must not try to avoid being hated by those who are the enemies of our people and our philosophy of life, but must welcome such hatred. Lies and calumnies are part of the method which the enemy employs to express his chagrin. The man who is not opposed and vilified and slandered in the Jewish press is not a staunch German, and not a true National Socialist. The best rule whereby the sincerity of his convictions, his character, and strength of will can be measured is the hostility which his name arouses among the mortal enemies of our people. The followers of the movement, and indeed the whole nation, must be reminded again and again of the fact that through the medium of his newspapers the Jew is always spreading falsehood, and that if he tells the truth on some occasions, it is only for the purpose of masking some greater deceit, which turns the apparent truth into a deliberate falsehood. The Jew is the great master of lies. Falsehood and duplicity are the weapons with which he fights. Every calumny and falsehood published by the Jews are tokens of honour which can be worn by our comrades. He whom they decry most is nearest to our hearts, and he whom they mortally hate is our best friend. If a comrade of ours opens a Jewish newspaper in the morning, and does not find himself vilified there, then he has spent yesterday to no account. For if he had achieved something, he would be persecuted, slandered, derided, and abused. Those who effectively combat this mortal enemy of our people, who is at the same time the enemy of all Aryan peoples and all culture, can only expect to arouse opposition on the part of this race, and become the object of its slanderous attacks. When these truths become part of the flesh and blood, as it were, of our members, then the movement will be impregnable and invincible. 14. The movement must use all possible means to cultivate respect for the individual personality. It must never forget that all human values are based on personal values, and that every idea and achievement is the fruit of the creative power of one man. We must never forget that admiration for everything that is great is not only a tribute to one creative personality, but that all those who feel such admiration become thereby united under one covenant. Nothing can take the place of the individual, especially if the individual embodies in himself not the mechanical element, but the element of cultural creativeness. No pupil can take the place of the master in completing a great picture which he has left unfinished, and just in the same way no substitute can take the place of the great poet or thinker, or the great statesman or military general, for the source of their power is in the realm of artistic creativeness. It can never be mechanically acquired, because it is an innate product of divine grace. The greatest revolutions and the greatest achievements of this world, its greatest cultural works and the immortal creations of great statesmen, are inseparably bound up with one name which stands as a symbol for them in each respective case. The failure to pay tribute to one of those great spirits signifies a neglect of that enormous source of power which lies in the remembrance of all great men and women. The Jew himself knows this best. He, whose great men have always been great only in their efforts to destroy mankind and its civilization, takes good care that they are worshipped as idols. But the Jew tries to degrade the honour in which nations hold their great men and women. He stigmatizes this honour as the cult of personality. As soon as a nation has so far lost its courage as to submit to this impudent defamation on the part of the Jews, it renounces the most important source of its own inner strength. This inner force cannot arise from a policy of pandering to the masses, but only from the worship of men of genius, whose lives have uplifted and ennobled the nation itself. When men's hearts are breaking and their souls are plunged into the depths of despair, their great forebears turn their eyes towards them from the dim shadows of the past, those forebears who knew how to triumph over anxiety and affliction, mental servitude, and physical bondage, and extend their eternal hands in a gesture of encouragement to despairing souls. Woe to the nation that is ashamed to clasp those hands. During the initial phase of our movement, our greatest handicap was the fact that none of us were known, and our names meant nothing, a fact which then seemed to some of us to make the chances of final success problematical. Our most difficult task, then, was to make our members firmly believe that there was a tremendous future in store for the movement, and to maintain this belief as a living faith, for at that time only 6, 7, or 8 persons came to hear one of our speakers. Consider that only 6 or 7 poor devils, who were entirely unknown, came together to found a movement which should succeed in doing what the great mass parties had failed to do, namely, to reconstruct the German Reich, even in greater power and glory than before. We should have been very pleased if we were attacked or even ridiculed. But the most depressing fact was that nobody paid any attention to us whatever. This utter lack of interest in us caused me great mental pain at that time. When I entered the circle of those men, there was not yet any question of a party or a movement. I have already described the impression which was made on me when I first came into contact with that small organization. Subsequently, I had time, and also the occasion, to study the form of this so-called party, which had at first made such a woeful impression. The picture was indeed quite depressing and discouraging. There was nothing, absolutely nothing at all. There was only the name of a party, and the committee consisted of all the party members. Somehow or other, it seemed just the kind of thing we were about to fight against, a miniature parliament. The voting system was employed. When the great parliament cried until they were hoarse, at least they shouted over problems of importance, here this small circle engaged in interminable discussions as to the form in which they might answer the letters which they were delighted to have received. Needless to say, the public knew nothing of all this. In Munich, nobody knew of the existence of such a party, not even by name, except our few members and their small circle of acquaintances. Every Wednesday what was called a committee meeting was held in one of the cafes, and a debate was arranged for one evening each week. In the beginning, all the members of the movement were also members of the committee. Therefore the same persons always turned up at both meetings. The first step that had to be taken was to extend the narrow limits of this small circle and get new members. But the principal necessity was to utilize all the means at our command for the purpose of making the movement known. We chose the following methods. We decided to hold a monthly meeting, to which the public would be invited. Some of the invitations were typewritten, and some were written by hand. For the first few meetings we distributed them in the streets, and delivered them personally at certain houses. Each one canvassed among his own acquaintances, and tried to persuade some of them to attend our meetings. The result was lamentable. I still remember how once I personally delivered 80 of these invitations, and how we waited in the evening for the crowds to come. After waiting in vain for a whole hour, the chairman finally had to open the meeting. Again, there were only 7 people present. The old, familiar 7. We then changed our methods. We had the invitations written with a typewriter in a Munich stationer's shop, and then multigraphed them. The result was that a few more people attended our next meeting. The number increased gradually from 11 to 13 to 17 to 23, and finally to 34. We collected some money within our own circle, each poor devil giving a small contribution, and in that way we raised sufficient funds to be able to advertise one of our meetings in the Munich Observer, which was still an independent paper. This time we had an astonishing success. We had chosen the Munich Hofbrauhauskeller, which must not be confounded with the Munich Hofbrauhaus Festsaal, as our meeting place. It was a small hall, and would accommodate scarcely more than 130 people. To me, however, the hall seemed enormous, and we were all trembling lest this tremendous edifice would remain partly empty on the night of the meeting. At 7 o'clock, 111 persons were present, and the meeting was opened. A Munich professor delivered the principal address, and I spoke after him. That was my first appearance in the role of public orator. The whole thing seemed a very daring adventure to Herr Harrer, who was then chairman of the party. He was a very decent fellow, but he had an a priori conviction that, although I might have quite a number of good qualities, I certainly did not have a talent for public speaking. Even later, he could not be persuaded to change his opinion. But he was mistaken. 20 minutes had been allotted to me for my speech on this occasion, which might be looked on as our first public meeting. I talked for 30 minutes, and what I always had felt deep down in my heart, without being able to put it to the test, was here proved to be true. I could make a good speech. At the end of the 30 minutes, it was quite clear that all the people in the little hall had been profoundly impressed. The enthusiasm aroused among them found its first expression in the fact that my appeal to those present brought us donations which amounted to 300 marks. That was a great relief for us. Our finances were at that time so meagre that we could not afford to have our party prospectus printed, or even leaflets. Now we possessed at least the nucleus of a fund from which we could pay the most urgent and necessary expenses. But the success of this first larger meeting was also important from another point of view. I had already begun to introduce some young and fresh members into the committee. During the long period of my military service, I had come to know a large number of good comrades, whom I was now able to persuade to join our party. All of them were energetic and disciplined young men, who, through their years of military service, had been imbued with the principle that nothing is impossible, and that where there's a will, there's a way. The need for this fresh blood supply became evident to me after a few weeks of collaboration with the new members. Herr Harrer, who was then chairman of the party, was a journalist by profession, and as such he was a man of general knowledge. But as leader of the party he had one very serious handicap. He could not speak to the crowd. Though he did his work conscientiously, it lacked the necessary driving force, probably for the reason that he had no oratorical gifts whatsoever. Herr Drexler, at that time chairman of the Munich local group, was a simple working man. He, too, was not of any great importance as a speaker. Moreover, he was not a soldier. He had never done military service, even during the war. So that this man, who was feeble and diffident by nature, had missed the only school which knows how to transform diffident and weakly natures into real men. Therefore, neither of those two men were of the stuff that would have enabled them to stir up an ardent and indomitable faith in the ultimate triumph of the movement, and to brush aside with obstinate force, and if necessary with brutal ruthlessness, all obstacles that stood in the path of the new idea. Such a task could be carried out only by men who had been trained, body and soul, in those military virtues which make a man, so to speak, agile as a greyhound, tough as leather, and hard as Krupp steel. At that time I was still a soldier. Physically and mentally I had the polish of 6 years of service, so that in the beginning this circle must have looked on me as quite a stranger. In common with my army comrades, I had forgotten such phrases as, "That will not go," or "That is not possible," or "We ought not to take such a risk. It is too dangerous." The whole undertaking was, of its very nature, dangerous. At that time there were many parts of Germany where it would have been absolutely impossible openly to invite people to a national meeting that dared to make a direct appeal to the masses. Those who attended such meetings were usually dispersed and driven away with broken heads. It certainly did not call for any great qualities to be able to do things in that way. The largest so-called bourgeois mass meetings were accustomed to dissolve, and those in attendance would run away like rabbits when frightened by a dog, as soon as a dozen communists appeared on the scene. The Reds used to pay little attention to those bourgeois organizations where only babblers talked. They recognized the inner triviality of such associations much better than the members themselves, and therefore felt that they need not be afraid of them. On the contrary, however, they were all the more determined to use every possible means of annihilating once and for all any movement that appeared to them to be a danger to their own interests. The most effective means which they always employed in such cases were terror and brute force. The Marxist leaders, whose business consisted in deceiving and misleading the public, naturally hated most of all a movement whose declared aim was to win over those masses which hitherto had been exclusively at the service of international Marxism in the Jewish and Stock Exchange parties. The title alone, German Labour Party, irritated them. It could be easily foreseen that at the first opportune moment we should have to face the opposition of the Marxist despots, who were still intoxicated with their triumph in 1918. People in the small circles of our own movement at that time showed a certain amount of anxiety at the prospect of such a conflict. They wanted to refrain as much as possible from coming out into the open, because they feared that they might be attacked and beaten. In their minds they saw our first public meetings broken up, and feared that the movement might thus be ruined forever. I found it difficult to defend my own position, which was that the conflict should not be evaded, but that it should be faced openly, and that we should be armed with those weapons which are the only protection against brute force. Terror cannot be overcome by the weapons of the mind, but only by counter-terror. The success of our first public meeting strengthened my own position. The members felt encouraged to arrange for a second meeting, on an even larger scale. Sometime in October 1919, the second, larger meeting took place in the Airbel Braukeller. The theme of our speeches was Brest-Litovsk and Versailles. There were 4 speakers. I talked for almost an hour, and the success was even more striking than at our first meeting. The number of people who attended had grown to more than 130. An attempt to disturb the proceedings was immediately frustrated by my comrades. The would-be disturbers were thrown down the stairs, bearing imprints of violence on their heads. A fortnight later, another meeting took place in the same hall. The number in attendance had now increased to more than 170, which meant that the room was fairly well filled. I spoke again, and once more the success obtained was greater than at the previous meeting. Then I proposed that a larger hall should be found. After looking around for some time, we discovered one at the other end of the town, in the Deutschenreich, in the Dachauer Strasse. The first meeting at this new rendezvous had a smaller attendance than the previous meeting. There were just less than 140 present. The members of the committee began to be discouraged, and those who had always been sceptical were now convinced that this falling off in the attendance was due to the fact that we were holding the meetings at too short intervals. There were lively discussions, in which I upheld my own opinion that a city with 700,000 inhabitants ought to be able not only to stand one meeting every fortnight, but 10 meetings every week. I held that we should not be discouraged by one comparative setback, that the tactics we had chosen were correct, and that sooner or later success would be ours if we only continued with determined perseverance to push forward on our road. The whole winter of 1919 to 1920 was one continual struggle to strengthen confidence in our ability to carry the movement through to success, and to intensify this confidence until it became a burning faith that could move mountains. Our next meeting in the small hall proved the truth of my contention. Our audience had increased to more than 200. The publicity effect and the financial success were splendid. I immediately urged that a further meeting should be held. It took place in less than a fortnight, and there were more than 270 people present. 2 weeks later, we invited our followers and their friends for the 7th time to attend our meeting. The same hall was scarcely large enough for the number that came. They amounted to more than 400. During this phase, the young movement developed its inner form. Sometimes we had more or less hefty discussions within our small circle. From various sides, it was then just the same as it is today, objections were made against the idea of calling the young movement a party. I have always considered such criticism as a demonstration of practical incapability and narrow-mindedness on the part of the critic. Those objections have always been raised by men who could not differentiate between external appearances and inner strength, but tried to judge the movement by the high-sounding character of the name attached to it. To this end, they ransacked the vocabulary of our ancestors with unfortunate results. At that time, it was very difficult to make the people understand that every movement is a party as long as it has not brought its ideals to final triumph and thus achieved its purpose. It is a party even if it give itself 1,000 different names. Any person who tries to carry into practice an original idea whose realization would be for the benefit of his fellow men will first have to look for disciples who are ready to fight for the ends he has in view. And if these ends did not go beyond the destruction of the party system, and therewith put a stop to the process of disintegration, then all those who come forward as protagonists and apostles of such an ideal are a party in themselves, as long as their final goal is reached. It is only hair-splitting and playing with words when these antiquated theorists, whose practical success is in reverse ratio to their wisdom, presume to think they can change the character of a movement which is at the same time a party by merely changing its name. On the contrary, it is entirely out of harmony with the spirit of the nation to keep harping on that far-off and forgotten nomenclature which belongs to the ancient Germanic times and does not awaken any distinct association in our age. This habit of borrowing words from the dead past tends to mislead the people into thinking that the external trappings of its vocabulary are the important feature of a movement. It is really a mischievous habit, but it is quite prevalent nowadays. At that time, and subsequently, I had to warn followers repeatedly against these wandering scholars who were peddling Germanic folklore and who never accomplished anything positive or practical except to cultivate their own superabundant self-conceit. The new movement must guard itself against an influx of people whose only recommendation is their own statement that they've been fighting for these very same ideals during the last 30 or 40 years. Now, if somebody has fought for 40 years to carry into effect what he calls an idea, and if these alleged efforts not only show no positive results, but have not even been able to hinder the success of the opposing party, then the story of those 40 years of futile effort furnishes sufficient proof for the incompetence of such a protagonist. People of that kind are specially dangerous because they do not want to participate in the movement as ordinary members. They talk rather of the leading positions which would be the only fitting posts for them, in view of their past work, and also so that they might be enabled to carry on that work further. But woe to a young movement if the conduct of it should fall into the hands of such people. A businessman who has been in charge of a great firm for 40 years, and who has completely ruined it through his mismanagement, is not the kind of person one would recommend for the founding of a new firm. And it is just the same with a new national movement. Nobody of common sense would appoint to a leading post in such a movement some Teutonic Methuselah who had been ineffectively preaching some idea for a period of 40 years, until himself and his idea had entered the stage of senile decay. Furthermore, only a very small percentage of such people join a new movement with the intention of serving its end unselfishly and helping in the spread of its principles. In most cases, they come because they think that, under the aegis of the new movement, it will be possible for them to promulgate their old ideas to the misfortune of their new listeners. Anyhow, nobody ever seems able to describe what exactly these ideas are. It is typical of such persons that they rant about ancient Teutonic heroes of the dim and distant ages, stone axes, battle spears, and shields, whereas in reality they themselves are the woefulest poltroons imaginable. For those very same people who brandish Teutonic tin swords that have been fashioned carefully according to ancient models, and wear padded bearskins with the horns of oxen mounted over their bearded faces, proclaim that all contemporary conflicts must be decided by the weapons of the mind alone, and thus they skedaddle when the first communist cudgel appears. Posterity will have little occasion to write a new epic on these heroic gladiators. I have seen too much of that kind of people not to feel a profound contempt for their miserable play-acting. To the masses of the nation they are just an object of ridicule, but the Jew finds it to his own interest to treat these folklore comedians with respect, and to prefer them to real men who are fighting to establish a German state. And yet these comedians are extremely proud of themselves. Notwithstanding their complete fecklessness, which is an established fact, they pretend to know everything better than other people, so much so that they make themselves a veritable nuisance to all sincere and honest patriots, to whom not only the heroism of the past is worthy of honour, but who also feel bound to leave examples of their own work for the inspiration of the coming generation. Among those people there were some whose conduct can be explained by their innate stupidity and incompetence. But there are others who have a definite ulterior purpose in view. Often it is difficult to distinguish between the two classes. The impression which I often get, especially of those so-called religious reformers, whose creed is grounded on ancient Germanic customs, is that they are the missionaries and protégés of those forces which do not wish to see a national revival taking place in Germany. All their activities tend to turn the attention of the people away from the necessity of fighting together in a common cause against the common enemy, namely the Jew. Moreover, that kind of preaching induces the people to use up their energies, not in fighting for the common cause, but in absurd and ruinous religious controversies within their own ranks. There are definite grounds that make it absolutely necessary for the movement to be dominated by a strong central force, which is embodied in the authoritative leadership. In this way alone it is possible to counteract the activity of such fatal elements. And that is just the reason why these folklore Ahasueruses are vigorously hostile to any movement whose members are firmly united under one leader and one discipline. Those people of whom I have spoken hate such a movement because it is capable of putting a stop to their mischief. It was not without good reason that when we laid down a clearly defined program for the new movement, we excluded the word völkisch from it. The concept underlying the term völkisch cannot serve as the basis of a movement, because it is too indefinite and general in its application. Therefore, if somebody called himself völkisch, such a designation could not be taken as the hallmark of some definite party affiliation. Because the concept is so indefinite from the practical viewpoint, it gives rise to various interpretations, and thus people can appeal to it all the more easily as a sort of personal recommendation. Whenever such a vague concept, which is subject to so many interpretations, is admitted into a political movement, it tends to break up the disciplined solidarity of the fighting forces. No such solidarity can be maintained if each individual member be allowed to define for himself what he believes and what he is willing to do. One feels it a disgrace when one notices the kind of people who float about nowadays with the völkisch symbol stuck in their buttonholes, and at the same time to notice how many people have various ideas of their own as to the significance of that symbol. A well-known professor in Bavaria, a famous combatant who fights only with the weapons of the mind, and who boasts of having marched against Berlin, by shouldering the weapons of the mind, of course, believes that the word völkisch is synonymous with monarchical. But this learned authority has hitherto neglected to explain how our German monarchs of the past can be identified with what we generally mean by the term völkisch today. I am afraid he will find himself at a loss if he is asked to give a precise answer, for it would be very difficult indeed to imagine anything less völkisch than most of those German monarchical states were. Had they been otherwise, they would not have disappeared, or if they were völkisch, then the fact of their downfall may be taken as evidence that the völkisch outlook on the world, Weltanschauung, is a false outlook. Everybody interprets this concept in his own way, but such multifarious opinions cannot be adopted as the basis of a militant political movement. I need not call attention to the absolute lack of worldly wisdom, and especially the failure to understand the soul of the nation, which is displayed by these messianic precursors of the 20th century. Sufficient attention has been called to those people by the ridicule which the left-wing parties have bestowed on them. They allow them to babble on and sneer at them. I do not set much value on the friendship of people who do not succeed in getting disliked by their enemies. Therefore, we considered the friendship of such people as not only worthless, but even dangerous to our young movement. That was the principal reason why we first called ourselves a party. We hoped that by giving ourselves such a name, we might scare away a whole host of völkisch dreamers, and that was the reason also why we named our party the National Socialist German Labour Party. The first term, party, kept away all those dreamers who live in the past, and all the lovers of bombastic nomenclature, as well as those who went around beating the big drum for the völkisch idea. The full name of the party kept away all those heroes whose weapon is the sword of the spirit, and all those whining poltroons who take refuge behind their so-called intelligence, as if it were a kind of shield. It was only to be expected that this latter class would launch a massed attack against us after our movement had started, But, of course, it was only a pen-and-ink attack, for the goose quill is the only weapon which these folkish lancers wield. We had declared one of our principles thus: "We shall meet violence with violence in our own defence." Naturally, that principle disturbed the equanimity of the Knights of the Pen. They reproached us bitterly, not only for what they called our crude worship of the cudgel, but also because, according to them, we had no intellectual forces on our side. These charlatans did not think for a moment that a Demosthenes could be reduced to silence at a mass meeting by 50 idiots who had come there to shout him down and use their fists against his supporters. The innate cowardice of the pen-and-ink charlatan prevents him from exposing himself to such a danger, for he always works in safe retirement, and never dares to make a noise or come forward in public. Even today I must warn the members of our young movement in the strongest possible terms to guard against the danger of falling into the snare of those who call themselves silent workers. These silent workers are not only a white-livered lot, but are also, and always will be, ignorant do-nothings. A man who is aware of certain happenings, and knows that a certain danger threatens, and at the same time sees a certain remedy which can be employed against it, is in duty bound not to work in silence, but to come out into the open and publicly fight for the destruction of the evil and the acceptance of his own remedy. If he does not do so, then he is neglecting his duty, and shows that he is weak in character, and that he fails to act either because of his timidity, or indolence, or incompetence. Most of these silent workers generally pretend to know God knows what. Not one of them is capable of any real achievement, but they keep on trying to fool the world with their antics. Though quite indolent, they try to create the impression that their silent work keeps them very busy. To put it briefly, they are sheer swindlers, political jobbers, who feel chagrined by the honest work which others are doing. When you find one of these folkish moths buzzing over the value of his silent work, you may be sure that you are dealing with a fellow who does no productive work at all, but steals from others the fruits of their honest labour. In addition to all this, one ought to note the arrogance and conceited impudence with which these obscurantist idlers try to tear to pieces the work of other people, criticizing it with an air of superiority, and thus playing into the hands of the mortal enemy of our people. Even the simplest follower, who has the courage to stand on the table in some beer hall where his enemies are gathered, and manfully and openly defend his position against them, achieves 1,000 times more than these stinking hypocrites. He at least will convert 1 or 2 people to believe in the movement. One can examine his work and test its effectiveness by its actual results. But those knavish swindlers, who praise their own silent work, and shelter themselves under the cloak of anonymity, are just worthless drones in the truest sense of the term, and are utterly useless for the purpose of our national reconstruction. In the beginning of 1920, I put forward the idea of holding our first mass meeting. On this proposal there were differences of opinion amongst us. Some leading members of our party thought that the time was not ripe for such a meeting, and that the result might be detrimental. The press of the left had begun to take notice of us, and we were lucky enough in being able gradually to arouse their wrath. We had begun to appear at other meetings, and to ask questions or contradict the speakers, with the natural result that we were shouted down forthwith. But still we thereby gained some of our ends. People began to know of our existence, and the better they understood us, the stronger became their aversion and their enmity. Therefore we might expect that a large contingent from our friends from the Red Camp would attend our first mass meeting. I fully realized that our meeting would probably be broken up, but we had to face the fight, if not now, then some months later. Since the first day of our foundation, we were resolved to secure the future of the movement by fighting our way forward in a spirit of blind faith and ruthless determination. I was well acquainted with the mentality of those who belonged to the Red Camp, and I knew quite well that if we opposed them tooth and nail, not only would we make an impression on them, but that we might even win new followers for ourselves. Therefore, I felt that we must decide on a policy of active opposition. Herr Hauer was then the chairman of our party. He did not see eye to eye with me as to the opportune time for our first mass meeting. Accordingly, he felt himself obliged to resign from the leadership of the movement as an upright and honest man. Herr Anton Drexler took his place. I kept the work of organizing the propaganda in my own hands, and I listened to no compromise in carrying it out. We decided, on February the 24th, 1920, as the date for our first great popular meeting to be held under the aegis of this movement, which was hitherto unknown. I made all the preparatory arrangements personally. They did not take very long. The whole apparatus of our organization was set in motion for the purpose of being able to secure a rapid decision as to our policy. Within 24 hours we had to decide on the attitude we should take in regard to the questions of the day which would be put forward at the mass meeting. The notices which advertised the meeting had to bring these points before the public. In this direction we were forced to depend on the use of posters and leaflets, the contents of which and the manner in which they were displayed were decided upon in accordance with the principles which I have already laid down in dealing with propaganda in general. They were produced in a form which would appeal to the crowd. They concentrated on a few points which were repeated again and again. The text was concise and definite, an absolutely dogmatic form of expression being used. We distributed these posters and leaflets with a dogged energy, and then we patiently waited for the effect they would produce. For our principal colour we chose red, as it has an exciting effect on the eye, and was therefore calculated to arouse the attention of our opponents and irritate them. Thus they would have to take notice of us, whether they liked it or not, and would not forget us. One result of our tactics was to show up clearly the close political fraternization that existed also here in Bavaria, between the Marxists and the Centre Party. The political party that held power in Bavaria, which was the Bavarian People's Party, affiliated with the Centre Party, did its best to counteract the effect which our placards were having on the red masses. Thus they made a definite step to fetter our activities. If the police could find no other grounds for prohibiting our placards, then they might claim that we were disturbing the traffic in the streets. And thus the so-called German National People's Party calmed the anxieties of their red allies by completely prohibiting those placards which proclaimed a message that was bringing back to the bosom of their own people hundreds of thousands of workers who had been misled by international agitators and incensed against their own nation. These placards bear witness to the bitterness of the struggle in which this young movement was then engaged. Future generations will find in these placards a documentary proof of our determination and the justice of our own cause. And these placards will also prove how the so-called national officials took arbitrary action to strangle a movement that did not please them, because it was nationalizing the broad masses of the people and winning them back to their own racial stock. These placards will also help to refute the theory that there was then a national government in Bavaria, and they will afford documentary confirmation of the fact that if Bavaria remained nationally minded during the years 1919, 1920, 21, 22, and 23, this was not due to a national government, but it was because the national spirit gradually gained a deeper hold on the people, and the government was forced to follow public feeling. The government authorities themselves did everything in their power to hamper this process of recovery, and make it impossible. But in this connection, two officials must be mentioned as outstanding exceptions. Ernst Perner was chief of police at the time. He had a loyal counsellor, Dr. Frick, who was his chief executive official. These were the only men among the higher officials who had the courage to place the interests of their country before their own interests in holding on to their jobs. Of those in responsible positions, Ernst Perner was the only one who did not pay court to the mob, but felt that his duty was towards the nation as such, and was ready to risk and sacrifice everything, even his personal livelihood, to help in the restoration of the German people, whom he dearly loved. For that reason he was a bitter thorn in the side of the venal group of government officials. It was not the interests of the nation or the necessity of a national revival that inspired or directed their conduct. They simply truckled to the wishes of the government, so as to secure their daily bread for themselves. But they had no thought whatsoever for the national welfare that had been entrusted to their care. Above all, Perner was one of those people who, in contradistinction to the majority of our so-called defenders of the authority of the state, did not fear to incur the enmity of the traitors to the country and the nation, but rather courted it as a mark of honour and honesty. For such men, the hatred of the Jews and Marxists, and the lies and calumnies they spread, were their only source of happiness in the midst of the national misery. Perner was a man of granite loyalty. He was like one of the ascetic characters of the classical era, and was at the same time that kind of straightforward German to whom the saying, "better dead than a slave," is not an empty phrase, but a veritable heart's cry. In my opinion, he and his collaborator, Dr. Frick, are the only men holding positions then in Bavaria who have the right to be considered as having taken an active part in the creation of a national Bavaria. Before holding our first great mass meeting, it was necessary not only to have our propaganda material ready, but also to have the main items of our program printed. In the second volume of this book, I shall give a detailed account of the guiding principles which we then followed in drawing up our program. Here, I will only say that the program was arranged not merely to set forth the form and content of the young movement, but also with an eye to making it understood among the broad masses. The so-called intellectual circles made jokes and sneered at it, and then tried to criticize it. But the effect of our program proved that the ideas which we then held were right. During those years I saw dozens of new movements arise and disappear without leaving a trace behind. Only one movement has survived. It is the National Socialist German Labour Party. Today I am more convinced than ever before that though they may combat us and try to paralyze our movement, and though pettifogging party ministers may forbid us the right of free speech, they cannot prevent the triumph of our ideas. When the present system of statal administration and even the names of the political parties that represent it will be forgotten, the programmatic basis of the National Socialist movement will supply the groundwork on which the future state will be built. The meetings which we held before January 1920 had enabled us to collect the financial means that were necessary to have our first pamphlets and posters and programs printed. I shall bring the first part of this book to a close by referring to our first great mass meeting, because that meeting marked the occasion on which our framework as a small party had to be broken up, and we started to become the most powerful factor of this epoch in the influence we exercised on public opinion. At that time, my chief anxiety was that we might not fill the hall, and that we might have to face empty benches. I myself was firmly convinced that if only the people would come, this day would turn out a great success for the young movement. That was my feeling as I waited impatiently for the hour to come. It had been announced that the meeting would begin at 7:30. A quarter of an hour before the opening time, I walked through the chief hall of the Hofbrauhaus on the Platz in Munich, and my heart was nearly bursting with joy. The great hall, for at that time it seemed very big to me, was filled to overflowing. Nearly 2,000 people were present. And, above all, those people had come whom we had always wished to reach. More than half the audience consisted of persons who seemed to be communists or independents, Our first great demonstration was destined, in their view, to come to an abrupt end. But things happened otherwise. When the first speaker had finished, I got up to speak. After a few minutes, I was met with a hailstorm of interruptions, and violent encounters broke out in the body of the hall. A handful of my loyal war comrades and some other followers grappled with the disturbers and restored order in a little while. I was able to continue my speech. After half an hour, the applause began to drown the interruptions and the hootings. Then interruptions gradually ceased, and applause took their place. When I finally came to explain the 25 points, and laid them point after point before the masses gathered there, and asked them to pass their own judgment on each point, one point after another was accepted with increasing enthusiasm. When the last point was reached, I had before me a hall full of people united by a new conviction, a new faith, and a new will. Nearly 4 hours had passed when the hall began to clear. As the masses streamed towards the exits, crammed shoulder to shoulder, shoving and pushing, I knew that a movement was now set afoot among the German people which would never pass into oblivion. A fire was enkindled, from whose glowing heat the sword would be fashioned which would restore freedom to the German Siegfried, and bring back life to the German nation. Beside the revival which I then foresaw, I also felt that the goddess of vengeance was now getting ready to redress the treason of the 9th of November 1918. The hall was emptied. The movement was on the march. The end.
Brace yourself for this beast of a lens, military grade, and ready to roll with you anywhere. Dude, you got...
Ladies and gentlemen, here's Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris, America's most butt-kicking action star, most famous for going toe-to-toe with Bruce Lee and cleaning up the streets of Texas, but has noticeably
Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of No Country for Old Men by Cormac McCarthy, narrated by Tom Steckschulte. This book is copyrighted 2005 by Cormac McCarthy. This recording is copyrighted 2005 by Recorded Books. On a winter day in 1980, Llewellyn Moss is hunting antelope in West Texas, not far north of the Rio Grande. But it's not wild game that lies ahead, but one of those pivotal moments in life that unleashes a previously unimaginable chain of events. A discovery that will change everything forever. How does a man decide, then, in what order to abandon his life. And now, No Country for Old Men.
Part 1. I sent one boy to the gas chamber at Huntsville. One and only one. My arrest and my testimony. I went up there and visited with him 2 or 3 times. 3 times. The last time was the day of his execution. I didn't have to go, but I did. I sure didn't want to. He killed a 14-year-old girl, and I can tell you right now I never did have no great desire to visit with him, let alone go to his execution, but I done it. The papers said it was a crime of passion, and he told me there wasn't no passion to it. He'd been dating this girl, young as she was. He was 19. And he told me that he'd been planning to kill somebody for about as long as he could remember. Said that if they turned him out, he'd do it again. Said he knew he was going to hell. Told it to me out of his own mouth. I don't know what to make of that. I surely don't. I thought I'd never seen a person like that, and it got me to wondering if maybe he was some new kind. I watched them strap him into the seat and shut the door. He might have looked a bit nervous about it, but that was about all. I really believe that he knew he was going to be in hell in 15 minutes. I believe that. And I've thought about that a lot. He wasn't hard to talk to. Called me sheriff, but I didn't know what to say to him. What do you say to a man that by his own admission has no soul? Why would you say anything? I've thought about it a good deal. But he wasn't nothing compared to what was coming down the pike. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. I don't know what them eyes was the windows to, and I guess I'd as soon not know. But there is another view of the world out there, and other eyes to see it, and that's where this is going. It's done brought me to a place in my life I would not have thought I'd have come to. Somewhere out there is a true and living prophet of destruction, and I don't want to confront him. I know he's real. I have seen his work. I walked in front of those eyes once. I won't do it again. I won't push my chips forward and stand up and go out to meet him. It ain't just being older. I wish that it was. I can't say that it's even what you are willing to do, because I always knew that you had to be willing to die to even do this job. That was always true. Not to sound glorious about it or nothing, but you do. If you ain't, they'll know it. They'll see it in a heartbeat. I think it's more like what you're willing to become. And I think a man would have to put his soul at hazard. And I won't do that. I think now that maybe I never would. The deputy left Sugar standing in the corner of the office with his hands cuffed behind him, while he sat in the swivel chair and took off his hat and put his feet up and called Lamar on the mobile. Just walked in the door. Sheriff, he had some sort of thing on him, like one of them oxygen tanks for emphysema or whatever. Then he had a hose that run down the inside of his sleeve and went to one of them stun guns like they used at the slaughterhouse. Yes, sir. Well, that's what it looks like. You can see it when you get in. Yes, sir. I got it covered. Yes, sir. When he stood up out of the chair, he swung the keys off his belt and opened the locked desk drawer to get the keys to the jail. He was slightly bent over when Sugar squatted and scooted his manacled hands beneath him to the back of his knees. In the same motion, he sat and rocked backward and passed the chain under his feet and then stood instantly and effortlessly. If it looked like a thing he'd practiced many times, it was. He dropped his cuffed hands over the deputy's head and leaped into the air and slammed both knees against the back of the deputy's neck and hauled back on the chain. They went to the floor. The deputy was trying to get his hands inside the chain, but he couldn't. Sugar lay there, pulling back on the bracelets with his knees between his arms and his face averted. The deputy was flailing wildly, and he began to walk sideways over the floor in a circle, kicking over the wastebasket, kicking the chair across the room. He kicked shut the door, and he wrapped the throw rug in a wad about them. He was gurgling and bleeding from the mouth. He was strangling on his own blood. Sugar only hauled the harder. The nickel-plated cuffs bit to the bone. The deputy's right carotid artery burst, and a jet of blood shot across the room and hit the wall and ran down it. The deputy's legs slowed and then stopped. He lay jerking. Then he stopped moving altogether. Sugar lay breathing quietly, holding him. When he got up, he took the keys from the deputy's belt and released himself and put the deputy's revolver in the waistband of his trousers and went into the bathroom. He ran cold water over his wrists until they stopped bleeding, and he tore strips from a hand towel with his teeth and wrapped his wrists and went back into the office. He sat on the desk and fastened the toweling with tape from a dispenser, studying the dead man gaping up from the floor. When he was done, he got the deputy's wallet out of his pocket and took the money and put it in the pocket of his shirt and dropped the wallet to the floor. Then he picked up his air tank and the stun gun and walked out the door and got into the deputy's car and started the engine and backed around and pulled out and headed up the road. On the interstate, he picked out a late-model Ford sedan with a single driver and turned on the lights and hit the siren briefly. The car pulled onto the shoulder. Sugar pulled in behind him and shut off the engine and slung the tank across his shoulder and stepped out. The man was watching him in the rearview mirror as he walked up. "What's the problem, officer?" he said. "Sir, would you mind stepping out of the vehicle?" The man opened the door and stepped out. "What's this about?" he said. "Would you step away from the vehicle, please?" The man stepped away from the vehicle. Sugar could see the doubt come into his eyes at this blood-stained figure before him, but it came too late. He placed his hand on the man's head like a faith healer. The pneumatic hiss and click of the plunger sounded like a door closing. The man slid soundlessly to the ground, a round hole in his forehead from which the blood bubbled and ran down into his eyes, carrying with it his slowly uncoupling world visible to see. Sugar wiped his hand with his handkerchief. "I just didn't want you to get blood on the car," he said. Moss sat with the heels of his boots dug into the volcanic gravel of the ridge and glassed the desert below him with a pair of 12-power German binoculars. His hat pushed back on his head, elbows propped on his knees. The rifle strapped over his shoulder with a harness leather sling was a heavy-barreled .270 on a .98 Mauser action with a laminated stock of maple and walnut. It carried a Unertal telescopic sight of the same power as the binoculars. The antelope were a little under a mile away. The sun was up less than an hour, and the shadow of the ridge and the Dattila and the rocks fell far out across the floodplain below him. Somewhere out there was the shadow of Moss himself. He lowered the binoculars and sat studying the land. Far to the south, the raw mountains of Mexico, the breaks of the river. To the west, the baked terracotta terrain of the running borderlands. He spat dryly and wiped his mouth on the shoulder of his cotton work shirt. The rifle would shoot half-minute of angle groups, 5-inch groups at 1,000 yards. The spot he'd picked to shoot from lay just below a long talus of lava scree, and it would put him well within that distance. Except that it would take the better part of an hour to get there, and the antelope were grazing away from him. The best he could say about any of it was that there was no wind. When he got to the foot of the talus, he raised himself slowly and looked for the antelope. They'd not moved far from where he last saw them, but the shot was still a good 700 yards. He studied the animals through the binoculars. In the compressed air motes and heat distortion, a low haze of shimmering dust and pollen. There was no other cover, and there wasn't going to be any other shot. He wallowed down in the scree and pulled off one boot and laid it over the rocks and lowered the forearm of the rifle down into the leather and pushed off the safety with his thumb and sighted through the scope. They stood with their heads up, all of them, looking at him. "Damn," he whispered. The sun was behind him, so they couldn't very well have seen light reflect off the glass of the scope. They'd just flat seen him. The rifle had a Canjar trigger set to 9 ounces, and he pulled the rifle and the boot toward him with great care, and sighted again, and jacked the crosshairs slightly up the back of the animal standing most broadly to him. He knew the exact drop of the bullet in 100-yard increments. It was the distance that was uncertain. He laid his finger in the curve of the trigger. The boar's tooth he wore on a gold chain spooled onto the rocks inside his elbow. Even with the heavy barrel and the muzzle brake, the rifle bucked up off the rest. When he pulled the animals back into the scope, he could see them all standing as before. It took the 150-grain bullet the better part of a second to get there, but it took the sound twice that. They were standing, looking at the plume of dust where the bullet had hit. Then they bolted. Running almost immediately at top speed, out upon the Boreal with the long whang of the rifle shot rolling after them and caroming off the rocks and yawing back across the open country in the early morning solitude. He stood and watched them go. He raised the glasses. One of the animals had dropped back and was packing one leg, and he thought that the round had probably skipped off the pan and caught him in the left hindquarters. He leaned and spat. "Damn," he said. He watched them out of sight beyond the rocky headlands to the south. The pale orange dust that hung in the windless morning light grew faint, and then it too was gone. The Boreal stood silent and empty in the sun, as if nothing had occurred there at all. He sat and pulled on his boot and picked up the rifle and ejected the spent casing and put it in his shirt pocket and closed the bolt. Then he slung the rifle over his shoulder and set out. It took him some 40 minutes to cross the Boreal. From there, he made his way up a long volcanic slope and followed the crest of the ridge southeast to an overlook above the country into which the animals had vanished. He glassed the terrain slowly. Crossing that ground was a large tailless dog, black in color. He watched it. It had a huge head and cropped ears, and it was limping badly. It paused and stood. It looked behind it. Then it went on. He lowered the glasses and stood, watching it go. He hiked on along the ridge with his thumb hooked in the shoulder strap of the rifle, his hat pushed back on his head. The back of his shirt was already wet with sweat. The rocks there were etched with pictographs, perhaps 1,000 years old. The men who drew them, hunters like himself. Of them, there was no other trace. At the end of the ridge was a rock slide, a rough trail leading down. Candelia and scrub catclaw. He sat in the rocks and steadied his elbows on his knees and scanned the country with the binoculars. A mile away, on the floodplain, sat 3 vehicles. He lowered the binoculars and looked over the country at large. Then he raised them again. There looked to be men lying on the ground. He jacked his boots into the rocks and adjusted the focus. The vehicles were 4-wheel drive trucks, or Broncos, with big all-terrain tires and winches and racks of roof lights. The men appeared to be dead. He lowered the glasses, then he raised them again. Then he lowered them and just sat there. Nothing moved. He sat there for a long time. When he approached the trucks, he had the rifle unslung and cradled at his waist with the safety off. He stopped. He studied the country, And then he studied the trucks. They were all shot up. Some of the tracks of holes that ran across the sheet metal were spaced and linear, and he knew they'd been put there with automatic weapons. Most of the glass was shot out and the tires flat. He stood there, listening. In the first vehicle, there was a man slumped dead over the wheel. Beyond were 2 more bodies lying in the gaunt yellow grass. Dried blood, black on the ground. He stopped and listened. Nothing. The drone of flies. He walked around the end of the truck. There was a large dead dog there, of the kind he'd seen crossing the floodplain. The dog was gut-shot. Beyond that was a third body, lying face down. He looked through the window at the man in the truck. He was shot through the head, blood everywhere. He walked on to the second vehicle, but it was empty. He walked out to where the third body lay. There was a shotgun in the grass. The shotgun had a short barrel, and it was fitted with a pistol stock and a 20-round drum magazine. He nudged the man's boot with his toe and studied the low surrounding hills. The third vehicle was a Bronco with a lifted suspension and dark-smoked windows. He reached up and opened the driver's side door. There was a man sitting in the seat looking at him. Moss stumbled back, leveling the rifle. The man's face was bloody. He moved his lips dryly. "Agua. Cuate," he said. "Agua. Por Dios." He had a short-barreled H&K machine pistol with a black nylon shoulder strap lying in his lap, and Moss reached and got it and stepped back. "Agua," the man said. "Por Dios." "I ain't got no water." "Agua." Moss left the door open and slung the H&K over his shoulder and stepped away. The man followed him with his eyes. Moss walked around the front of the truck and opened the door on the other side. He lifted the latch and folded the seat forward. The cargo space in the rear was covered with a metallic silver tarp. He pulled it back. A load of brick-sized parcels, each wrapped in plastic. He kept one eye on the man and got out his knife and cut a slit in one of the parcels. A loose brown powder dribbled out. He wet his forefinger and dipped it in the powder and smelled it. Then he wiped his fingers on his jeans and pulled the tarp back over the parcels and stepped back and looked over the country again. Nothing. He walked away from the truck and stood and glassed the low hills, the lava ridge, the flat country to the south. He got out his handkerchief and walked back and wiped clean everything he touched. The door handle and the seat latch and the tarp and the plastic package. He crossed around to the other side of the truck and wiped everything down there, too. He tried to think what else he might have touched. He went back to the first truck and opened the door with his kerchief and looked in. He opened the glove box and closed it again. He studied the dead man at the wheel. He left the door open and walked around to the driver's side. The door was full of bullet holes. The windshield, small caliber 6mm, maybe number 4 buckshot, the pattern of them. He opened the door and pushed the window button, but the ignition wasn't on. He shut the door and stood there studying the low hills. He squatted and unslung the rifle from his shoulder and laid it in the grass and took the H&K and pushed back the follower with the heel of his hand. There was a live round in the chamber, but the magazine held only 2 more rounds. He sniffed at the muzzle of the piece. He ejected the clip and slung the rifle over one shoulder and the machine pistol over the other and walked back to the Bronco and held the clip up for the man to see. "Otra," he said. "Otra." The man nodded. "En mi bolsa." "You speak English?" He didn't answer. He was trying to gesture with his chin. Moss could see 2 clips sticking out of the canvas pocket of the jacket he was wearing. He reached into the cab and got them and stepped back. Smell of blood and fecal matter. He put one of the full clips into the machine pistol and the other two in his pocket. Agua. Cuate, the man said. Moss scanned the surrounding country. I told you, he said. I ain't got no water. La puerta, the man said. Moss looked at him. La puerta. Hay lobos. There ain't no lobos. Sí, lobos. Leones. Moss shut the door with his elbow. He went back to the first truck and stood looking at the open door on the passenger's side. There were no bullet holes in the door, but there was blood on the seat. The key was still in the ignition, and he reached in and turned it, and then pushed the window button. The glass ratcheted slowly up out of the channel. There were 2 bullet holes in it and a fine spray of dried blood on the inside of the glass. He stood there thinking about that. He looked at the ground, stains of blood in the clay, blood in the grass. He looked out down the track south across the caldera, back the way the truck had come. There had to be a last man standing. And it wasn't the Cuate and the Bronco begging for water. He walked out on the floodplain and cut a wide circle to see where the track of the tires in the thin grass would show in the sun. He cut for sign 100 feet to the south. He picked up the man's trail and followed it until he came to blood in the grass. Then more blood. You ain't gone far, he said. You may think you are, but you ain't. He quit the track altogether and walked out to the highest ground visible, holding the H&K under his arm with the safety off. He glassed the country to the south. Nothing. He stood fingering the boar's tusk at the front of his shirt. About now, he said, you're shaded up somewheres, watching your backtrack, and the chances of me seeing you 'fore you see me are about as close to nothing as you can get without falling in. He squatted and steadied his elbows on his knees, and with the binoculars swept the rocks at the head of the valley. He sat and crossed his legs and went over the terrain more slowly, and then lowered the glasses and just sat. Do not, he said, get your dumb-ass shot out here. Do not do that. He turned and looked at the sun. It was about 11 o'clock. We don't even know that all of this went down last night. It could have been 2 nights ago. It might even could have been 3. Or it could have been last night. A light wind had come up. He pushed back his hat and wiped his forehead with his bandana and put the bandana back in the hip pocket of his jeans. He looked across the caldera toward the low range of rock on the eastern perimeter. Nothing wounded goes uphill, he said. It just don't happen. It was a good hard climb to the top of the ridge, and it was close to noon by the time he got there. Far off to the north, he could see the shape of a tractor-trailer moving across the shimmering landscape. 10 miles, maybe 15. Highway 90. He sat and swept the new country with the glasses. Then he stopped. At the foot of a rock slide, on the edge of the Bajada, was a small piece of something blue. He watched it for a long time through the binoculars. Nothing moved. He studied the country about. Then he watched it some more. It was the better part of an hour before he rose and started down. The dead man was lying against a rock with a nickel-plated government .45 automatic lying cocked in the grass between his legs. He'd been sitting up and had slid over sideways. His eyes were open. He looked like he was studying something small in the grass. There was blood on the ground and blood on the rock behind him. The blood was still a dark red, but then it was still shaded from the sun. Moss picked up the pistol and pressed the grip safety with his thumb and lowered the hammer. He squatted and tried to wipe the blood off the grips on the leg of the man's trousers, but the blood was too well congealed. He stood and stuck the gun in his belt at the small of his back and pushed back his hat and blotted the sweat from his forehead with his shirt sleeve. He turned and stood studying the countryside. There was a heavy leather document case standing upright alongside the dead man's knee, and Moss absolutely knew what was in the case, and he was scared in a way that he didn't even understand. When he finally picked it up, he just walked out a little ways and sat down in the grass and slid the rifle off his shoulder and laid it aside. He sat with his legs spaced and the H&K in his lap and the case standing between his knees. Then he reached and unbuckled the two straps and unsnapped the brass latch and lifted the flap and folded it back. It was level full of $100 banknotes. They were in packets fastened with bank tape, stamped each with the denomination $10,000. He didn't know what it added up to, but he had a pretty good idea. He sat there, looking at it, and then he closed the flap and sat with his head down. His whole life was sitting there in front of him, day after day, from dawn till dark, until he was dead, all of it cooked down into 40 pounds of paper in a satchel. He raised his head and looked out across the Bajada. A light wind from the north, cool, sunny. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He looked at the man lying dead in the grass. His good crocodile boots that were filled with blood and turning black. The end of his life, here, in this place. The distant mountains to the south, the wind in the grass, the quiet. He latched the case and fastened the straps, and buckled them and rose and shouldered the rifle, and then picked up the case and the machine pistol, and took his bearings by his shadow, and set out. He thought he knew how to get to his truck, and he also thought about wandering through the desert in the dark. There were Mojave rattlesnakes in that country, and if he got bit out here at night, he would in all likelihood be joining the other members of the party, and the document case and its contents would then pass on to some other owner. Weighed against these considerations was the problem of crossing open ground in broad daylight on foot with a fully automatic weapon slung across one shoulder and carrying a satchel containing several $1 million. Beyond all this was the dead certainty that someone was going to come looking for the money. Maybe He even thought about leaving the machine pistol behind. It was a penitentiary offense to own one. He didn't leave anything behind, and he didn't go back to the trucks. He set out across country, cutting through the gaps in the volcanic ridges and crossing the flat or rolling country between. Until late in the day, he reached the ranch road he'd come down that morning in the dark so long ago. Then, in about a mile, he came to the truck. He opened the door and stood the rifle in the floor. He went around and opened the driver door and pushed the lever and slid the seat forward and set the case and the machine pistol behind it. He laid the .45 and the binoculars in the seat and climbed in and pushed the seat back as far as it would go and put the key in the ignition. Then he took off his hat and leaned back and just rested his head against the cold glass behind him and closed his eyes. When he got to the highway, he slowed and rattled over the bars of the cattle guard and then pulled out onto the blacktop and turned on the headlights. He drove west toward Sanderson, and he kept to the speed limit every mile of the way. He stopped at the gas station on the east end of town for cigarettes and a long drink of water, and then drove on to the desert air, and pulled up in front of the trailer and shut off the motor. The lights were on inside. "You live to be 100, he said, "and there won't be another day like this one." As soon as he said it, he was sorry. He got his flashlight from the glove box and climbed out and took the machine pistol and the case from behind the seat and crawled up under the trailer. He lay there in the dirt, looking up at the underside of it. Cheap plastic pipe and plywood, bits of insulation. He wedged the H&K up into a corner and pulled the insulation down over it and lay there thinking. Then he crawled back out with the case and dusted himself off and climbed the steps and went in. She was sprawled across the sofa watching TV and drinking a Coke. She didn't even look up. 3 o'clock, she said. "I can come back later." She looked at him over the back of the sofa and looked at the television again. "What have you got in that satchel?" "It's full of money." "Yeah, that'll be the day." He went into the kitchen and got a beer out of the refrigerator. "Can I have the keys?" she said. "Where you going?" "Get some cigarettes." "Cigarettes?" "Yes, Llewellyn, cigarettes. I've been setting here all day." "What about cyanide? How are we fixed for that?" "Just let me have the keys. I'll set out in the damn yard and smoke." He took a sip of the beer and went on back into the bedroom and dropped to one knee and shoved the case under the bed. Then he came back. "I got you some cigarettes," he said. "Let me get 'em." He left the beer on the counter and went out and got the 2 packs of cigarettes and the binoculars and the pistol and slung the .270 over his shoulder and shut the truck door and came back in. He handed her the cigarettes and went on back to the bedroom. "Where'd you get that pistol?" she called. "At the Gettin' place." "Did you buy that thing?" "No, I found it." She sat up on the sofa. "Llewellyn?" He came back in. "What?" he said. "Quit hollering." "What did you give for that thing?" "You don't need to know everything." "How much?" "I told you I found it." "No, you never done no such a thing." He sat on the sofa and put his legs up on the coffee table and sipped the beer. "It don't belong to me," he said. "I didn't buy no pistol." "You better not have." She opened one of the packs of cigarettes and took one out and lit it with a lighter. "Where have you been all day?" "Went to get you some cigarettes." "I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know what all you been up to." He sipped the beer and nodded. "That'll work," he said. "I think it's better just to not even know even." "You keep running that mouth and I'm going to take you back there and screw you." "Big talk." "Just keep it up." "That's what she said." "Just let me finish this beer. We'll see what she said and what she didn't say." When he woke, it was 1:06 by the digital clock on the bedside table. He lay there looking at the ceiling, the raw glare of the vapor lamp outside bathing the bedroom in a cold and bluish light, like a winter moon, or some other kind of moon, something stellar and alien in its light that he'd come to feel comfortable with, anything but sleep in the dark. He swung his feet from under the covers and sat up. He looked at her naked back, her hair on the pillow. He reached and pulled the blanket up over her shoulder and got up and went into the kitchen. He took the jar of water from the refrigerator and unscrewed the cap and stood there drinking in the light of the open refrigerator door. Then he just stood there, holding the jar with the water beading cold on the glass, looking out the window and down the highway toward the lights. He stood there for a long time. When he went back to the bedroom, he got his shorts off the floor and put them on and went into the bathroom and shut the door. Then he went through into the second bedroom and pulled the case from under the bed and opened it. He sat on the floor with the case between his legs and delved down into the bills and dredged them up. The packets were 20 deep. He shoved them back down into the case and jostled the case on the floor to level the money. Times 12. He could do the math in his head. 2.4 million. All used bills. He sat looking at it. "You have to take this seriously," he said. "You can't treat it like luck." He closed the bag and redid the fasteners and shoved it under the bed and rose and stood looking out the window at the stars over the rocky escarpment to the north of the town. Dead quiet. Not even a dog. But it wasn't the money that he woke up about. "Are you dead out there?" he said. "Hell no, you ain't dead." She woke while he was getting dressed and turned in the bed to watch him. "Llewellyn?" "Yeah." "What are you doing?" "Getting dressed." "Where are you going?" "Out." "Where are you going, baby?" "Something I forgot to do. I'll be back." "What are you going to do?" He opened the drawer and took the .45 out and ejected the clip and checked it and put it back and put the pistol in his belt. He turned and looked at her. "I'm fixin' to go do something dumber'n hell, but I'm going anyways. If I don't come back, tell Mother I love her." "Your mother's dead, Llewellyn." "Well, I'll tell her myself then." She sat up in the bed. "You're scaring the hell out of me, Llewellyn. Are you in some kind of trouble?" "No." "Go to sleep." "Go to sleep?" "I'll be back in a bit." "Damn you, Llewellyn." He stepped back into the doorway and looked at her. "What if I was not to come back? Is them your last words?" She followed him down the hallway to the kitchen, pulling on her robe. He took an empty gallon jug from under the sink and stood filling it at the tap. "Do you know what time it is?" she said. "Yeah, I know what time it is." "Baby, I don't want you to go. Where are you going? I don't want you to go." "Well, darling, we're eye to eye on that, 'cause I don't want to go neither. I'll be back. Don't wait up on me." He pulled in at the filling station under the lights and shut off the motor and got the survey map from the glove box and unfolded it across the seat and sat there studying it. He finally marked where he thought the trucks should be, and then he traced a route cross-country back to Harkel's cattle gate. He had a good set of all-terrain tires on the truck and 2 spares in the bed, but this was some hard country. He sat looking at the line he'd drawn. Then he bent and studied the terrain and drew another one. Then he just sat there looking at the map. When he started the engine and pulled out onto the highway, it was 2:15 in the morning, the road deserted. The truck radio in this outland country dead even of static from one end of the band to the other. He parked at the gate and got out and opened it and drove through and got out and closed it again and stood listening to the silence. Then he got back in the truck and drove south on the ranch road. He kept the truck in 2-wheel drive and drove in second gear. The light of the unrisen moon before him spread out along the dark, placard hills like scrim lights in a theater. Turning, below where he'd parked that morning, onto what may have been an old wagon road that bore eastward across Harkel's land. When the moon did rise, it sat swollen and pale and ill-formed among the hills to light up all the land about, and he turned off the headlights of the truck. A half hour on, he parked and walked out along the crest of a rise and stood looking over the country to the east and to the south. The moon up, a blue world. Visible shadows of clouds crossing the floodplain, hurrying on the slopes. He sat in the scab rock with his boots crossed before him. No coyotes. Nothing. For a Mexican dope dealer, yeah, well, everybody is something. When he got back to the truck, he left the trace and steered by the moon. He crossed under a volcanic headland at the upper end of the valley and turned south again. He had a good memory for country. He was crossing terrain he'd scouted from the ridge earlier that day, and he stopped again and got out to listen. When he came back to the truck, he pried the plastic cover from the dome light and took the bulb out and put it in the ashtray. He sat with a flashlight and studied the map again. When next he stopped, he just shut off the engine and sat with the window down. He sat there for a long time. He parked the truck a half mile above the upper end of the caldera and got the plastic jug of water out of the floor and put the flashlight in his hip pocket. Then he took the .45 off the seat and shut the door quietly with his thumb on the latch button and turned and set off toward the trucks. They were as he'd left them, hunkered down on their shot-out tires. He approached with the .45 cocked in his hand. Dead quiet. Could be because of the moon. His own shadow was more company than he would have liked. Ugly feeling out here. A trespasser. Among the dead. "Don't get weird on me," he said. "You ain't one of 'em. Not yet." The door of the Bronco was open. When he saw that, he dropped to one knee. He set the water jug on the ground. "You dumbass," he said. "Here you are, too dumb to live." He turned slowly, skylighting the country. The only thing he could hear was his heart. He made his way to the truck and crouched by the open door. The man had fallen sideways over the console, still trussed in the shoulder belt. Fresh blood everywhere. Moss took the flashlight from his pocket and shrouded the lens in his fist and turned it on. He'd been shot through the head. No lobos, no leones. He shone the hooded light into the cargo space behind the seats. Everything gone. He switched off the light and stood. He walked out slowly to where the other bodies lay. The shotgun was gone. The moon was already a quarter ways up. All but day bright. He felt like something in a jar. He was halfway back up the caldera to his truck when something made him stop. He crouched, holding the cocked pistol across his knee. He could see the truck in the moonlight at the top of the rise. He looked off to one side of it to see it the better. There was someone standing beside it. Then they were gone. "There is no description of a fool," he said, "that you fail to satisfy. Now you're going to die." He shoved the .45 into the back of his belt and set off at a trot for the lava ridge. In the distance, he heard a truck start. Lights came on at the top of the rise. He began to run. By the time he got to the rocks, the truck was halfway down the caldera, the lights bobbing over the bad ground. He looked for something to hide behind. No time. He lay face down with his head between his forearms in the grass and waited. Either they'd seen him or they hadn't. He waited. The truck went by. When it was gone, he rose and began to clamber up the slope. Halfway up, he stopped and stood sucking air and trying to listen. The lights were somewhere below him. He couldn't see them. He climbed on. After a while, He could see the dark shapes of the vehicles down there. Then the truck came back up the caldera with the lights off. He lay flattened against the rocks. A spotlight went skittering over the lava and back again. The truck slowed. He could hear the engine idling, the slow lope of the cam, big block engine. The spotlight swept over the rocks again. "It's all right," he said. "You need to be put out of your misery. Be the best thing for everybody." The engine revved slightly and idled down again. Deep guttural tone to the exhaust, cam and headers and God knows what else. After a while, it moved on in the dark. When he got to the crest of the ridge, he crouched and took the .45 out of his belt and uncocked it and put it back again and looked out to the north and to the east. No sign of the truck. "How would you like to be out there in your old pickup trying to outrun that thing?" he said. Then he realized that he'd never see his truck again. "Well," he said, "there's lots of things you ain't gonna see again." The spotlight came on again at the head of the caldera and moved across the ridge. Moss lay on his stomach, watching. It came back again. "If you knew there was somebody out here afoot that had $2 million of your money, at what point would you quit looking for 'em? Yeah, that's right. There ain't no such a point." He lay listening. He could hear the truck. After a while, he rose and made his way down the far side of the ridge. Studying the country, the floodplain out there broad and quiet in the moonlight. No way to cross it and nowhere else to go. "Well, Bubba, what are your plans now?" "It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Do you know where your darling boy is at?" "I'll tell you what. Why don't you just get in your truck and go on out there and take the son of a bitch a drink of water?" The moon was high and small. He kept his eye on the plain below as he climbed along the slope. "How motivated are you?" he said. "Pretty damn motivated. You better be." He could hear the truck. It came around the foreland head of the ridge with the lights off and started down the edge of the floodplain in the moonlight. He flattened himself in the rocks. In addition to the other bad news, his thoughts ran to scorpions and rattlesnakes. The spotlight kept rowing back and forth across the face of the ridge, methodically. Bright shuttle, dark loom. He didn't move. The truck crossed to the other side and came back, tooling along in second gear, stopping, the motor loping. He pushed himself forward to where he could see it better. Blood kept running into his eye from a cut in his forehead. He didn't even know where he'd gotten it. He wiped his eye with the heel of his hand and wiped his hand on his jeans. He took out his kerchief and pressed it to his head. "You could head south to the river. Yeah, you could. Less open ground. Less ain't none." He turned, still holding the handkerchief to his forehead. "No cloud cover in sight. You need to be somewhere come daylight. Home in bed would be good." He studied the blue floodplain out there in the silence, a vast and breathless amphitheater. Waiting. He'd had this feeling before, in another country. He never thought he'd have it again. He waited a long time. The truck didn't come back. He made his way south along the ridge. He stood and listened. Not a coyote. Nothing. By the time he'd descended onto the river plain, the sky to the east carried the first faint wash of light. It was the darkest this night was going to get. The plane ran to the breaks of the river, and he listened one last time, and then set out at a trot. It was a long trek, and he was still some 200 yards from the river when he heard the truck. A raw, gray light was breaking over the hills. When he looked back, he could see the dust against the new skyline, still the better part of a mile away. In the dawn quiet, the sound of it no more sinister than a boat on a lake. Then he heard it downshift. He pulled the .45 from his belt so that he wouldn't lose it and set out at a dead run. When he looked back again, it had closed a good part of the distance. He was still 100 yards from the river, and he didn't know what he'd find when he got there. A sheer rock gorge. The first long panes of light were standing through a gap in the mountains to the east and fanning over the country before him. The truck was ablaze with lights, roof rack, and bumper spots. The engine kept racing away into a howl where the wheels left the ground. "They won't shoot you," he said. "They can't afford to do that." The long crack of a rifle went caroming out over the pan. What he'd heard whisper overhead he realized was the round passing and vanishing toward the river. He looked back, and there was a man standing up out of the sunroof, one hand on top of the cab, the other cradling a rifle upright. Where he reached the river, it made a broad sweep out of a canyon and carried down past great stands of Carrizo cane. Downriver, it washed up against a rock bluff and then bore away to the south. Darkness deep in the canyon, the water dark. He dropped into the cut and fell and rolled and rose and began to make his way down a long sandy ridge toward the river. He hadn't gone 20 feet before he realized that he had no time to do that. He glanced back once at the rim and then squatted and shoved himself off down the side of the slope, holding the .45 before him in both hands. He rolled and slid a good ways, his eyes almost shut against the dust and sand he was plowing up, the pistol clutched to his chest. Then all that stopped and he was simply falling. He opened his eyes, the fresh world of morning above him, turning slowly. He slammed into a gravel bank and gave out a groan. Then he was rolling through some sort of rough grass. He came to a stop and lay there on his stomach, gasping for air. The pistol was gone. He crawled back through the flattened grass until he found it, and he picked it up and turned to scan the rim of the river breaks above him, whacking the pistol barrel across his forearm to shake out the dirt. His mouth was full of sand, his eyes. He saw two men appear against the sky, and he cocked the pistol and fired at them, and they went away again. He knew he didn't have time to crawl to the river, and he just rose and made a run for it, splashing across the braided gravel flats and down a long sandbar until he came to the main channel. He got out his keys and his billfold and buttoned them into his shirt pocket. The cold wind blowing off the water smelled of iron. He could taste it. He threw away the flashlight and lowered the hammer on the .45 and shoved it into the crotch of his jeans. Then he shucked off his boots and pulled them inside his belt upside down at either side and tightened the belt as far as he could pull it and turned and dove into the water. The cold took his breath. He turned and looked back toward the rim, blowing and backpedaling through the slate-blue water. Nothing there. He turned and swam. The current carried him down into the bend of the river and hard up against the rocks. He pushed himself off. The bluff above him rose dark and deeply cupped, and the water in the shadows was black and choppy. When he finally spilled out into the tailwater and looked back, he could see the truck parked at the top of the bluff, but he couldn't see anyone. He checked to see that he still had his boots and the gun, and then turned and began to stroke for the far shore. By the time he dragged himself, shivering, out of the river, he was the better part of a mile from where he'd gone in. His socks were gone, and he set out at a jog barefoot toward the standing cane. Round cups in the shelving rock where the ancients had ground their meal. When he looked back again, the truck was gone. Two men were trotting along the high bluff, silhouetted against the sky. He was almost to the cane when it rattled all about him, and there was a heavy whoomp, and then the echo of it from across the river. He was hit in the upper arm by a buckshot, and it stung like a hornet. He put his hand over it and dove into the cane, the lead ball half buried in the back of his arm. His left leg kept wanting to give out beneath him, and he was having trouble breathing. Deep in the break, he dropped to his knees and knelt there, sucking air. He undid his belt and let the boots drop into the sand and reached down and got the .45 and laid it to one side and felt the back of his arm. The buckshot was gone. He unbuttoned his shirt and took it off and pulled his arm around to see the wound. It was just the shape of the buckshot, bleeding slightly, pieces of shirt fiber packed into it. The whole back of his arm was already becoming an ugly purple bruise. He wrung the water out of his shirt and put it on again and buttoned it and pulled on the boots and stood and buckled his belt. He picked up the pistol and took the clip out of it and ejected the round from the chamber and then shook the gun and blew through the barrel and reassembled it. He didn't know if it would fire or not, but he thought it probably would. When he came out of the cane on the far side, he stopped to look back, but the cane was 30 feet high and he couldn't see anything. Downriver was a broad bench of land and a stand of cottonwoods. By the time he got there, his feet were already beginning to blister from walking barefoot in the wet boots. His arm was swollen and throbbing, but the bleeding seemed to have stopped, and he walked out into the sun on a gravel bar and sat there and pulled off the boots and looked at the raw red sores on his heels. As soon as he sat down, his leg began to hurt again. He unsnapped the small leather holster at his belt and got out his knife, and then stood up and took off his shirt again. He cut off the sleeves at the elbow and sat and wrapped his feet in them and pulled on the boots. He put the knife back in the holster and fastened it and picked up the pistol and stood and listened. A red-winged blackbird. Nothing. As he turned to go, he heard the truck very faintly on the far side of the river. He looked for it, but he couldn't see it. He thought that by now probably the two men had crossed the river and were somewhere behind him. He went on through the trees, the trunks silted up from the high water and the roots tangled among the rocks. He took off his boots again to try to cross the gravel without leaving any tracks, and he climbed a long and rocky rincon toward the south rim of the river canyon, carrying the boots and the wrappings and the pistol and keeping an eye on the terrain below. The sun was in the canyon, and the rocks he'd crossed would dry in minutes. At a bench near the rim, he stopped and lay on his belly with his boots in the grass beside him. It was only another 10 minutes to the top, but he didn't think he had 10 minutes. On the far side of the river, a hawk set forth from the cliffs, whistling thinly. He waited. After a while, a man came out of the cane upriver and paused and stood. He was carrying a machine gun. A second man emerged below him. They glanced at one another and then came on. They passed below him, and he watched them out of sight down the river. He wasn't really even thinking about them. He was thinking about his truck. When the courthouse opened at 9 o'clock Monday morning, someone was going to be calling in the vehicle number off the inspection plate riveted to the inside of the door and getting his name and address. This was some 24 hours away. By then they would know who he was, and they would never stop looking for him. Never, as in never. He had a brother in California he was supposed to tell what?
Arthur, there's some old boys on their way down there to see you who propose to lower your balls between the jaws of a 6-inch machinist's vise and commence cranking on the handle a quarter turn at a time whether you know where I'm at or not. You might want to think about moving to China.
He sat up and wrapped his feet and pulled the boots on and stood and started up the last stretch of canyon to the rim. Where he crested out, the country lay dead flat, stretching away to the south and to the east. Red dirt and creosote, mountains in the far and middle distance. Nothing out there. Heat shimmer. He stuck the pistol in his belt and looked down at the river one more time and then set out east. Langtree, Texas was 30 miles as the crow flies, maybe less. 10 hours, 12. His feet were already hurting. His leg hurt, his chest, his arm. The river dropped away behind him. He hadn't even taken a drink. Part 2. I don't know if law enforcement work is more dangerous now than what it used to be or not. I know when I first took office, you'd have a fist fight somewheres, and you'd go to break it up, and they'd offer to fight you. And sometimes you had to accommodate 'em. They wouldn't have it no other way, and you'd better not lose neither. You don't see that so much no more, but maybe you see worse. I had a man pull a gun on me one time, and it happened that I grabbed it just as he went to fire, and the plunger on the hammer went right through the fleshy part of my thumb. You can see the mark of it there. But that man had every intention of killing me. A few years ago, and it wasn't that many neither, I was going out one of these little two-lane blacktop roads of a night, and I come up on a pickup truck that they was two old boys settin' in the bed of it. They kindly blinked in the lights, and I backed off some. But the truck had Coahuila plates on it, and I thought, well, I need to stop these old boys and take a look. So I hit the lights, and whenever I done that, I seen the slider window in the back of the cab open, and here comes somebody passing a shotgun out the window to the old boys settin' in the bed of the truck. I'll tell you right now, I hit them brakes with both feet. It skidded the unit sideways to where the lights was going out into the brush, but the last thing I seen in the bed of the truck was the old boy putting that shotgun to his shoulder. I hit the seat and I just had hit it when here come the windshield all over me in them little bitty pieces they break up into. I still had one foot on the brake and I could feel the cruiser sliding down into the bar ditch, and I thought it was going to roll, but it didn't. It filled the car just full of dirt. The old boy, he opened up on me twice more and shot all the glass out of one side of the cruiser, and by then I'd come to a stop, and I laid there in the seat, had my pistol out. And I heard that pickup leave out, and I raised up and fired several shots at the tail lights, but they was long gone. Point being, you don't know what all you're stopping when you do stop somebody. You take out on the highway, you walk up to a car, and you don't know what you're liable to find. I sat there in that cruiser for a long time. The motor had died, but the lights was still on. Cab full of glass and dirt. I got out and kindly shook myself off and got back in and just sat there, just kindly collecting my thoughts. Windshield wipers hanging in on the dashboard. I turned off the lights, and I just sat there. You take somebody that will actually throw down on a law enforcement officer and open fire, you have got some very serious people. I never saw that truck again. Nobody else did neither. Or not them plates no ways. Maybe I should have took out after it or tried to, I don't know. I drove back to Sanderson and pulled in at the cafe, and I'll tell you, they come from all over to see that cruiser. It was shot just full of holes. Looked like the Bonnie and Clyde car. I didn't have a mark on me, not even from all that glass. I was criticized for that, too. Parking there like I'd done, they said I was showing out. Well, maybe I was. But I needed that cup of coffee, too, I'll tell you. I read the papers every morning. Mostly, I suppose, just to try and figure out what might be headed this way. Not that I've done all that good a job at heading it off. It keeps getting harder. Here a while back, there was two boys run into one another, and one of 'em was from California and one from Florida. And they met somewheres or other in between. And then they set out together, traveling around the country, killing people. I forget how many they did kill. Now, what are the chances of a thing like that? Them two had never laid eyes on one another. There can't be that many of 'em. I don't think. Well, we don't know. Here, the other day, there was a woman put her baby in a trash compactor. Who would think of such a thing? My wife won't read the papers no more. She's probably right. She generally is. Bell climbed the rear steps of the courthouse and went down the hall to his office. He swiveled his chair around and sat and looked at the telephone. "Go ahead," he said. "I'm here." The phone rang. He reached and picked it up. "Sheriff Bell," he said. He listened. He nodded. "Mrs. Downey, I believe he'll come down directly. Why don't you call me back here in a little bit?" "Yes, ma'am." He took off his hat and put it on the desk and sat with his eyes closed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Yes, ma'am," he said. "Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Downey, I haven't seen that many dead cats in trees. I think he'll come down directly if you'll just leave him be. You call me back in a little bit, you hear?" He hung the phone up and sat looking at it. "It's money," he said. "You have enough money you don't have to talk to people about cats in trees. Well, maybe you do." The radio squawked. He picked up the receiver and pushed the button and put his feet up on the desk. "Bell," he said. He sat listening. He lowered his feet to the floor and sat up. "Get the keys and look in the turtle." "Now, that's all right. I'm right here." He drummed his fingers on the desk. "All right. Keep your lights on. I'll be there in 50 minutes. And Torbert, shut the trunk." He and Wendell pulled into the paved shoulder in front of the unit and parked and got out. Torbert got out and was standing by the door of his car. The sheriff nodded. He walked along the edge of the roadway, studying the tire tracks. "You've seen this, I reckon," he said. "Yes, sir." "Well, let's take a look." Torbert opened the trunk, and they stood looking at the body. The front of the man's shirt was covered with blood, partly dried. His whole face was bloody. Bell leaned and reached into the trunk and took something from the man's shirt pocket and unfolded it. It was a blood-stained receipt for gas from a service station in Junction, Texas. "Well," he said, "this was the end of the road for Bill Wyrick." "I didn't look to see if he had a billfold on him." "That's all right, he don't. This here was just dumb luck." He studied the hole in the man's forehead. "Looks like a .45, clean, almost like a wad cutter." "What's a wad cutter?" "It's a target round. You got the keys?" "Yes, sir." Bell shut the trunk lid. He looked around. Passing trucks on the interstate were downshifting as they approached. "I've already talked to Lamar. Told him he can have his unit back in about 3 days. I called Austin, and they're looking for you first thing in the morning. Now, I ain't loading him into one of our units, and he damn sure don't need a helicopter. You take Lamar's unit back to Sonora when you get done and call, and me or Wendell One will come and get you. You got any money?" "Yes, sir." "Fill out the report, same as any report." "Yes, sir." "White male, late 30s, medium build." "How do you spell Wyrick?" "You don't spell it. We don't know what his name is." "Yes, sir." "He might have a family someplace." "Yes, sir. Sheriff." "Yes." "What do we have on the perpetrator?" "We don't. Give Wendell your keys before you forget it." "They're in the unit." "Well, let's not be leaving keys in the units." "Yes, sir." "I'll see you in 2 days' time." "Yes, sir." "I hope that son of a bitch is in California." "Yes, sir, I know what you mean." "I got a feeling he ain't." "Yes, sir, I do too." "Wendell, you ready?" Wendell leaned and spat. "Yes, sir," he said. "I'm ready." He looked at Torbert. "You get stopped with that old boy in the turtle, just tell him you don't know nothing about it. Tell him somebody must have put him in there while you was having coffee." Torbert nodded. "You and the sheriff going to come down and get me off of death row?" "If we can't get you out, we'll get in there with you." "You all don't be making light of the dead that-a-way," Bell said. Wendell nodded. "Yes, sir," he said. "You're right. I might be one myself someday." Driving out 90 toward the turnoff at Dryden, he came across a hawk dead in the road. He saw the feathers move in the wind. He pulled over and got out and walked back and squatted on his boot heels and looked at it. He raised one wing and let it fall again. Cold yellow eye dead to the blue vault above them. It was a big red tail. He picked it up by one wingtip and carried it to the bar ditch and laid it in the grass. They would hunt the blacktop, sitting on the high power poles and watching the highway in both directions for miles, any small thing that might venture to cross. Closing on their prey against the sun, shadowless, lost in the concentration of the hunter. He wouldn't have the trucks running over it. He stood there, looking out across the desert, so quiet. Low hum of wind in the wires. High bloodweeds along the road. Wiregrass and sacoista. Beyond in the stone arroyos, the tracks of dragons. The raw rock mountains shadowed in the late sun, and to the east, the shimmering abscissa of the desert plains under a sky where rain curtains hung dark as soot all along the quadrant. That God lives in silence who has scoured the following land with salt and ash. He walked back to the cruiser and got in and pulled away. When he pulled up in front of the sheriff's office in Sonora, the first thing he saw was the yellow tape stretched across the parking lot, a small courthouse crowd. He got out and crossed the street. "What's happened, Sheriff?" "I don't know," said Bell. "I just got here." He ducked under the tape and went up the steps. Lamar looked up when he tapped at the door. "Come in, Ed Tom," he said. "Come in. We got hell to pay here." They walked out on the courthouse lawn. Some of the men followed them. "You all go on," said Lamar. "Me and the sheriff here need to talk." He looked haggard. He looked at Bell, and he looked at the ground. He shook his head and looked away. "I used to play mumbly peg here when I was a boy, right here. These youngsters today I don't think would even know what that was. Ed Tom, this is a damned lunatic." "I hear you. You got anything to go on?" "Not really." Lamar looked away. He wiped his eyes with the back of his sleeve. "I'll tell you right now, this son of a bitch will never see a day in court. Not if I catch him, he won't." "Well, we need to catch him first. That boy was married." "I didn't know that." 23-year-old, clean-cut boy, straight as die. Now I gotta go out to his house for his wife hears it on the damn radio. I don't envy you that, I surely don't. I think I'm going to quit, Ed Tom. You want me to go out there with you? No, I appreciate it. I need to go. All right. I just have this feeling we're looking at something we really ain't never even seen before. I got the same feeling. Let me call you this evening. I appreciate it. He watched Lamar cross the lawn and climb the steps to his office. I hope you don't quit, he said. I think we're going to need all of you we can get. When they pulled up in front of the cafe, it was 1:20 in the morning. There were only 3 people on the bus. Sanderson, the driver said. Moss made his way forward. He'd seen the driver eyeing him in the mirror. Listen, he said, you think you could let me out down at the Desert Air? I got a bad leg, and I live down there, but I got nobody to pick me up. The driver shut the door. Yeah, he said, I can do that. When he walked in, she got up off the couch and ran and put her arms around his neck. I thought you was dead, she said. Well, I ain't, so don't go slobbering. I ain't. Why don't you fix me some bacon and eggs while I take a shower? Let me see that cut on your head. What happened to you? Where's your truck at? I need to take a shower. Fix me something to eat. My stomach thinks my throat's been cut. When he came out of the shower, he was wearing a pair of shorts, and when he sat at the little formica table in the kitchen, the first thing she said was, What's that on the back of your arm? How many eggs is this? 4? You got any more toast? They's 2 more pieces coming. What is that, Llewellyn? What would you like to hear? The truth. He sipped his coffee and set about salting his eggs. "You ain't gonna tell me, are you?" "No." "What happened to your leg?" "It's broke out in a rash." She buttered the fresh toast and put it on the plate and sat in the chair opposite. "I'd like to eat breakfast of a night," he said. "Takes me back to my bachelor days." "What is going on, Llewellyn?" "Here's what's going on, Carla Jean. You need to get your stuff packed and be ready to roll out of here come daylight. Whatever you leave, you ain't going to see it again, so if you want it, don't leave it. There's a bus leaves out of here at 7:15 in the morning. I want you to go to Odessa and wait there till I can call you." She sat back in the chair and watched him. "You want me to go to Odessa?" she said. "That's correct." "You ain't kidding, are you?" "Me? No. I ain't kidding a bit. Are we out of preserves?" She got up and got the preserves out of the refrigerator and set them on the table and sat back down. He unscrewed the jar and ladled some onto his toast and spread it with his knife. "What's in that satchel you brought in?" "I told you what was in that satchel. You said it was full of money." "Well, then, I reckon that's what's in it." "Where's it at?" "Under the bed in the back room." "Under the bed?" "Yes, ma'am." "Can I go back there and look?" "You're free, white, and 21, so I reckon you can do whatever you want." "I ain't 21. "Well, whatever you are." "And you want me to get on a bus and go to Odessa?" "You are getting on a bus and going to Odessa." "What am I supposed to tell Mama?" "Well, try standing in the door and hollering, 'Mama, I'm home.'" "Where's your truck at?" "Gone the way of all flesh. Nothing's forever." "How are we supposed to get down there in the morning?" "Call Miss Rosa over yonder. She ain't got nothing to do." "What have you done, Llewellyn?" "I robbed the bank at Fort Stockton. You're a lying sack of you-know-what. If you ain't going to believe me, what'd you ask me for? You need to get on back there and get your stuff together. We got about 4 hours till daylight." "Let me see that thing on
you